Hello, everyone. Welcome to Bangkok, Thailand, and week number 4 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. I'm Ted Varden. Mark Hanratty will be joining us from a studio in Nottingham. The women's short program coming up in just a few moments, and one has to believe the favorite to be 3-time junior world champion Mao Shimada will keep a remarkable standard and record on the Junior Grand Prix and earn yet another title. But that might be challenged by teammate Mia Okada from Japan, who took the title in Riga in week 1. Also, Stefania Gladke from France, who made the Junior Grand Prix final last season, might challenge for the podium, but let's not forget about the Korean and American skaters, as they've always all been strong. 36 women from 31 nations. The women's short begins right now. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Bangkok, Thailand. Day number 1 of competition here. The women's short program coming up. We just finished the pairs event. Some strong pair skating there. I'm Ted Barton here on site in Bangkok. Mark Hanratty joining us from his home studio in Nottingham. Mark, welcome.
Thank you, Ted. Great to have one event underway already. The pair short program successfully won by Jasmine Desrochers and Keenan Thrasher. And now the judges are being showcased on screen for those that will officiate over the 36 women competing in the women's short program ongoing, and they're the technical panel as well.
Now, Mark, between the events, we had 30 minutes of entertainment. Now, you didn't see that here. I think you saw the beginning of it. Dancing and DJ, and the lights were gone, and it was crazy. And the ice resurfacing had to be done a little bit more. There was a bit of snow coming out of the Zamboni, but that's all been fixed up. We seem to be back on schedule, back on time, and it was just energy in this rink from the last skater all the way to right now as we start skating. It was great organization by the local organizing committee here in Bangkok. Well,
and it seemed from what we were told, Ted, is that the organizing, the Thai Figure Skating Federation is just so keen to promote and support and develop the sport here that you can see that with the entertainment, but also the fact that we've had all 4 disciplines this time round in Bangkok as opposed to just being represented in previous incarnations of this Bangkok Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah, and those who did not join us for the pair event, this is a 4-day event. It's the first time ever that we've had 4 days of competition on the Junior Grand Prix because, of course, there's only one rink here, and therefore with 4 disciplines. So they need to have enough practice time, so they've split the days up to, 2 events pretty much each day, and it's a later start, which is for us, but the 4 days of competition. And I was just speaking to Swana, who is sort of the leader of this, not only the competition, but the venue here as well, which is an ISU Center of Excellence. She was just coming from Australia, actually, from a curling event. And she was explaining that one of the things they do with all these school kids and the audience that we see here is get them involved so that they get to see skating live. And it may not be them that join the ice, some of them do. It might be them when they have children say, you know what, I saw skating a couple of years ago, it was so exciting, and now I know where to go. And they start to build that enthusiasm in the general public about, and awareness about what figure skating is. So I think it's a great plan, and it adds certainly to the environment.
Love that, and love, as we've seen with part of the Vision 2030, the growth and the expansion of the sport, and it just seems to be a recurring theme this season when we see, I feel with this location, Ted, you've obviously been there now already seemingly multiple times, but this season particularly when Bangkok is a fixture and we have the additions of other less common or never before held events, just showcasing the growth that is in the sport.
Yeah, exactly. Mark, do we have any new questions? I think I saw some come in.
Yes, we do indeed. And actually, what I'm going to try to do, Ted, I'm going to mention at the start of this warm-up as we head into the question time that we have had some questions that are pretty controversial and interesting, and we will not shy away from them. I will be more than happy to discuss all of the questions that have been posed into us. But that said, that's a little bit of a teaser for what is to come.
I'm getting worried. I haven't seen them. Go ahead.
You get anxious.
Yeah.
Warning. I'm just going to head back to some of the questions that actually came in last week that we've just uncovered. Direct messages sent to the International Skating Union on Instagram. One of which comes from Jeffrey J. Nielsen, and the question is, they would like to support the junior skaters on social media, but have a difficult time finding their social media information. Is there a central location for a skater's social media information? Now, on that point, you can find on the ISU's website details for each of the entries of the various different International Skating Union events. So you can find a link to each of the skaters that are entered into an event, and consequently a little biography about them. Some of the athletes choose to add their social media handles, for which you can then subsequently go and follow, but sometimes it's the case that in the junior events particularly, that the athletes don't have social media. Now, as a parent of young children myself, that's something that I completely comprehend and resonate with, and actually kind of think that's a real positive. But obviously then, for me, when I'm trying to find a little bit of information about the skater, a bit more of a backstory, I'm trying to support the village of people that have got behind them to get them to this stage. Sometimes on social media you can simply search for the name of the athlete and you'll find it, but not all of these athletes have social media. So that's a first quick one.
Well done.
And
nice.
then Ted, next one is a bit more of a technical one. So we've got a varying load of questions with different angles. Some are fans, some are giving where they're from and whatnot. This one is a bit more tech question, and it comes from Jane van Venendaal. There was a sequence in the beginning of the free skate, this is pertaining to last week, that normally has a level beside it, but now had the letter B. What does that mean?
Base value. Go ahead.
So that thus means when there's not a number assigned to the element, and the letter B is there, it's base level. So none of the features were established and called by the technical panel. So each of the elements, spins, and the step sequences that we'll see in the short program all have clear criteria to achieve up to a maximum of level 4. And for each of the level features, they add on a level 1, 2, 3, 4. However, if, say, the spin is recognized as the spin that they have to perform in the short program, but none of the features are visibly achieved, then the letter B for base value will be prescribed to the skate, and that's when you'll see a B beside the element in the top left-hand corner of your screen during the performance. A B element, base value, has the lowest base value, level 4 has the highest. So if the skaters do see a B, they'll be a little bit disappointed and getting a little bit of feedback from the technical panel that they didn't do what they were hoping to do.
Yeah. Well said. Well done.
Fair play?
Yeah, very good. Excellent.
Thank you very much.
What's up next?
Moving on, a pure inquisitive question. Ted and Mark, who are your personal favourite skaters in all disciplines of all time?
Gosh, I've seen
I think, Ted, I would say before you're put on the pedestal to pick, I think I could give you my favourite skaters of all time right now.
Do it.
But I would also say that, it would be, okay, I'd go, today it's Satoko Mihara in the women's event, today it's Patrick Chan in the men's event, it's Gordy Evangrenkov in the pairs event, and it's Papadakis and Cesaron in the dance event. Whew, that was under pressure, but it could change.
Gosh, you've done your homework. You see, you read that question before I heard it, so I'm going to have to think
See,
about
that's the
this
thing. Yeah, I've got more time.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
Maybe you
yeah,
want to
you're
take
in the
on board
garage.
the question master.
Nice, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the start of 36 women in the short program. Mark, take it away.
And so opening this women's event, the prestigious honour goes to Malaysian Chloe Jin Yao, born in Kuala Lumpur. She, the Malaysian Ice Skating Association's most promising skater 2023. Malaysia's
From
Chloe
Malaysia,
Jinyang
Chloe
opens the
Jinyang.
women's short program on the 4th stage of the International Skating Union's Junior Grand Prix Series 2025. And I think, whilst that will not be the strongest of the skaters that we will see through this competition, I think that is a really good skate for the skater, and hopefully everybody else has equally clean, respective skates based on their abilities coming in.
Yeah, and not.
Got a sneak peek at the Canadian team.
Yeah, I know. I think replays were stuck into that mode. I'm not sure. Checking on that. Yeah, this young woman, you know, not a lot of power and strength yet. She'll grow into that, but good technique. You can get through that triple jumps, double axel. So some really good signs that this young skater is putting together at this stage of her career.
Yeah, and when we were watching the warm-up and I was warbling away about various different bits and bobs, I didn't see a triple salto double toe done as well as that from Chloe. So opening the event, as we see her double axel here, that is a high pressure. And then having to deliver more than you did in warm-up, that also high pressure. So a confidently self-assured woman able to deliver under pressure. Just a double loop, of which we will see triples from others.
And that was planned. The double loop was planned. She wasn't going to go for the triple loop in this program yet. She's perhaps not ready for it. Laid back spin near the end of the program at level 3, so missing one of those 4 features you were talking about. If you don't do any of the features, it's base value, and as you do a feature, it gets added up to 4. There she is, kiss cry. Doesn't have a personal best yet because she hasn't been on the Grand Prix. This is her first year, so but a good start.
And as we have said on the Grand Prix before, for Chloe, because she delivered what she's capable of, I'm sure there are always little enhancements or aspects that could be done better, but essentially this was what we would refer to as a clean skate, for which she must be incredibly proud. And now she has that benchmark moving forward. And I think what's important for her is to look at not just the tech score, but the program components as well.
Exactly, 36.03. She's the first skater out. She looks, okay, that's pretty good. Happy with that. She's got the triple jumps in there, double axel, that's great. Triple loop yet to come. Oh, good start. And both when coach and skater are nodding and they're happy coming off, that's all you can ask for as they move forward. Our next competitor represents the United States of America, 15-year-old Milya Nemirovsky. Started skating at the age of 4. The proudest moment so far in her career was winning the Cranberry Cup in 2024. She says the most difficult lesson she's discovered in skating was learning to skate for herself rather than for others.
And Emilia, since those first steps on the ice, has had the same coach by her side, Julie Berlin, who's now eagerly watching her student as she performs the Birds of Prey soundtrack. What's interesting is that Emilia Nemirovsky from the United States of America looks kind of surprised, perhaps, when she concluded her short program, and yet the entire performance had a conviction and an assurity that didn't make me guess. I love the conviction to nailing the triple toe on the end of the triple loops at the beginning of the program, and she is supported by her teammates. And I think we have a young woman who's going to find herself, if not in the top group, very near to it with a display of confidence like that.
It's a really great job in the jump combination. We're going to look at that as slow, how quickly she moved that free leg back on the second jump to save herself from stepping out. It was, here it is. Here's the Lutz. There's the triple Lutz. That looks good, but she's too far back a little bit. She gets that free leg back, and watch right here. She gets it back just in time and lifts it to keep it off the ice. Great work on that. Landing the triple toe loop, the double axel lifts up in the air, looks tripled like she could, or she does. We'll see. And the triple loop.
Yeah.
She does. And there's the triple loop. That was sweet as well. Strong landing position. Really strong skater.
Yeah, and there were so many aspects of Emilia's skating that reminded me of Belgian skater Luna Hendricks, who's been a World Senior Championship medalist. There was the combination of strength as well as a deftness of performance as well. I think then, for me, the spins for Emilia are comparatively weaker to that which we'll see from some of the others. But nevertheless, she achieved, actually now I'm just looking through actually the PDF, low levels in the spins, which may, well, we'll see. We'll see how that
Flying sit as a 2, camel spin as a 2, and the change combination spin at the end as a 3, level 3, and the steps at level 2. So there is a lot of room for a number of points, probably good 5 or 6 points to be added to this score that you will see now. And the score also will not be that bad. Here it is, 58.95. She's happy with that. And when she looks at the sheet, seeing that, wow, we could have added another 5 points on this. And she'll get on that. Well done. Good start. Our next competitor represents Latvia, 15-year-old Kira Baranovska. Second Junior Grand Prix season. She is the Latvian Junior Champion, 23rd at Junior Worlds last year.
And Kira has been waiting a while to have her Junior Grand Prix debut this season. She was training in Riga at the location of the first stop of the Junior Grand Prix. We saw her having to practice on the other rink while the competition took place in her primary training rink. Now, though, it is her turn to impress the skating community. And she will skate to the show must go on.
Queen, the show must go on. Empty spaces, what are we living for? Abandoned places, I guess we know the score. On and on, does anybody know what we are looking for? Another hero, another mindless cry behind the curtain. And the pantomime, hold the line. Does anybody know what we are living for?
Latvia's Kira Baranovska completes her short program, and as I mentioned, it feels like it's been a long wait for Kira to get out on the Junior Grand Prix and perform, and that won't be what she was hoping for, because Kira actually has some of the most incredible jumping passes. The triple loop that we saw in the warm-up was so good, and her triple loops, I don't know about the edge necessarily on her loops takeoff, but the elevation that she can generate is so impressive.
I think it got away from us, that triple Lutz. There's the double axel. Look to the lift off, that takeoff edge. You'll see the Lutz here just lie. This is the loop. She just comes around the corner here. Arms above the head and has a good save on that landing. Does that nicely. Some of the steps here. Watch this, super slow. She just powers and launches herself way up in the air. Gets a little bit too far back on the heel and has to step up.
She looks like she could rotate a fourth rotation in that race. It's just got so much air time.
Yeah. This will be an athlete that quads will, I'm sure, are on the menu for discovery in a while. You see the lay back at the end of the spin, level 4. And so 56.16 is her personal best. I'm not sure she's going to meet that here, but she's a very strong skater, and she finishes in the splits.
Yeah, and it kind of makes you wonder with Kira, because she's so incredibly strong. It makes you wonder about looking back at the first 3 events of the Junior Grand Prix this season. Kira has some of the best jumps that we've seen of the JGP.
The scores.
But clean skates now become, I think, more and more of a prerequisite for success. She's got the potential to be right up there, but now clean skates will be
50.30 for Kira. And that will put her, she's second skater, I would put her currently in the second place.
This puts her
up
currently in second
probably
place.
the top 10. We'll see. There's 36 entries. Good skater, powerful. Just that one mistake on that triple combination. Our next competitor represents France. 15-year-old Stefania Gladkey. Had a terrific season last year, qualifying for the Junior Grand Prix, 5th at the Junior Worlds. But a bit of a rough start to this season. She was 7th place in Ankara.
Yeah, hoping for progression from Ankara 2 weeks ago. Stefania will skate to Piano Concerto number 1 by Frédéric Chopin. Well, Stefania Gladky from France will be so relieved to have got through that short program. When she competed in her first stage of the Junior Grand Prix, she had a nightmare on the final combination spin and had no value for that element there. Had that not happened, that might have set the pace for a completely different outing in her first Junior Grand Prix of the season. This, a reflection of the quality skater that was the only European woman to qualify for the Junior Grand Prix final last season. Now we're seeing a little bit more of that skater in this performance.
Yeah, she's so elegant and beautifully poised on the ice in her program. Here's the triple loop. And she's a good jumper. She did have some issues last year on under rotations, particularly in the final, but let's see what happens here. There's the triple. Let's watch the blade. And this is in clean on the judging system. So well done. And here's some of the steps. This step sequence in level 2, so more to gain in that.
Yeah, and actually I was thinking that whilst of course the edges could and should be deeper for Stefania to achieve the 3 or 4 that she wants, I was aware that she's obviously done so many preparatory exercises and training. A skater that was so comfortable with the combinations of turns. It was just a comfort that showcased to me, oh, she must do endless hours of edge class and edge exercises in advance of her jumping and run-throughs.
Yeah, skating not an issue for this young skater. She's comfortable in her boots and her blades, and just like home. And so what she's able to do with her upper body and the rest of her choreography is well performed, because there's no thought process, am I balanced, or where do I step now? It's natural for her, or maybe not natural, but it's been worked on, obviously.
I think that Stanek Jeanette with her, a skater, a French former competitive skater, like 2-time European bronze medalist. He was a very creative skater.
Very
cool
cool
to see him. If that is indeed who it is, that's who's with him.
Oh, we'll give him that credit, even if it's not him. So
The scores, please.
I wish I were somebody famous, as a skater. Let's take a look at the scores. For Stefania, 59.15, season's best. That puts her currently in first place. And you can see that smile. She wants to guard against it a little bit. You can see that smile on her face. There it is. Well done. Now you're showing what you're capable of. A little rough start on the Junior Grand Prix, but a good start in Bangkok. Our next competitor represents Singapore, 16-year-old Viana Shenru Lee. She was 22nd in Wuji last season, the last Junior Grand Prix on the series. Mark?
And this is skater, Singapore, her nation doesn't have a rink, so she usually travels to Malaysia to train, and each time that she goes abroad to find training location, she needs to refine the feeling of her jumps again. This season she's focused on the triple loop, and that will be the second element in Vienna's short program. 16-year-old Viana Shinruling, representing Singapore, completes her short program. And just checking back to some of the notes, and Viana has explained that she's chasing her figure skating dreams, and that means funding her own training, flying to Malaysia every weekend for full ice time whilst juggling school in Singapore every day. And in every competition, she wants to practice well and represent Singapore with pride. Now, when you know that somebody's flying, having to take a flight to get to train at all in the week, that is serious commitment. Serious
for sure. And you saw some really nice qualities in her skating, but you can also tell in there is that if she had more time on the ice, those skills would be that much better, particularly the basics of skating. Here's the triple salchow, gets that done with a 2-foot touchdown, 3 turn into the double toe loop, but still getting the triple salchow out, that's good. Here's the triple loop. This is downgraded in the system. Watch the landing. It's going to be forward right there, and 2-foot landing, of course. So that is a downgrade right to the value of double. Here's the double axle. Good lift off the edge on that one. That was great technique. Strongly done. And near the end is just some of the steps in here, Mark.
Yeah, and as we look through Viana's steps, I feel like, you know, when somebody's giving up as much of their life and they're at great expense to them and their families, I feel like Viana must be so well educated. And I know that she's an academic as well, so she's an intelligent young woman, as so many of them are. She will then thus be mindful of what's necessary. Anything that we have to say, she will probably be already very mindful of. It's just the facilities that prevent the practice, or indeed the division of time, juggling school and skating, when it's not something that you can do as readily.
Some of these athletes, we know them as skaters, but they are extraordinary students or musicians or artists. It's incredible. We don't get the time to tell you the background, the full background of these skaters, but these are extraordinary people that have other skills in life than just skating, although skating consumes it because it's very addictive, because it's so hard to do. Those skaters that are so brilliant chase this because it's complicated and it's not easy to solve.
Viana
Just take a look at the scores. 35.63 for Viana. That'll put her currently in 5th place. Some nice skills. Some more ice time. Boy, what commitment
This
she
puts
has
her
demonstrated.
currently in 5th place. Next to
There's our next skater representing Mongolia, Michiel Akhtembatar, 19 years old. This is her 3rd Junior Grand Prix season. Michiel was born in the U.S. but moved back to Mongolia in 2020. Spent the year without ice until 2021.
Michiel skating to Podium. Mongolian representative Michelle Otgonbata
Mongolia, Michelle
completes her short program. Understandably a little frustrated with this skate. This is a skater who has relocated to the cricket club in Canada for full-time training and for her university studies. So was hoping to be able to deliver a skate that was reflective of that life commitment, but being able to replicate what you do in practice and in competition, so difficult, especially when you're so eager and hungry to showcase the fruits of your labor.
You saw some nice deep edges on that step sequence. There's the triple toe. Didn't get all the way around, but good mechanics getting into the rotation position, not high enough or long enough in the air to make it all the way around. The double axel, and does get around, but a little awkward in the air. And we see some of the steps here. She loses a little bit of balance on this flying sit spin that's in at a level 3, so that's pretty good. Just missing one feature for the level 4. There's the camel spin. That's in at a level 3. That was well centered. There's the donut feature. Did a good job there. But you can see the skating skills that Jason Brown talked about that, maybe off-air to us, about the skating skills classes that they have at the cricket club, teaching the basics of skating. Right here, look at the soft knees, deep edge right there, and into the loop. You can see that but maybe she's not been there that long yet. That takes time, 18 hours a week in Toronto practice.
Yeah, and I just wondered because you could see there's some pretty heavy padding on the left hip and thigh, so we don't know whether or not there's something at play there which has prevented Michelle from being able to commit. Because if you're injured, it can so often impact your conviction to everything. So that can then have an impact not just on the jumping pass, obviously, but then the freedom to glide and let it go.
No, she's got some nice qualities, but as we've talked about, this sport is so complicated. Maybe complicated is maybe it's not the right word, I don't know, but it is detailed so much. There's so many things to learn. If you try to learn them all at one time, it gets diluted. So you got to pick a certain area to work on. It might be jumps, could be spins, could be steps, but you got to have the basics of skating, and that's the first thing you need to deal with. It's less interesting to do, less fun than jumping perhaps, but that's why you see a lot of schools, top schools, spend an hour each day on just skating skills. Depth of edge, timing, etc. The score is 27.25 for Michelle. That'll put her currently in 6th place. And she looks at that and wonders, what is that? Okay, correlate, where am I at in all of this? What do I need to do? What's my next part of my plan? That concludes our first group of women out of 36. Our next 6 take to the ice now for their 6-minute warm-up. And as they do, Mark, what have you got on the question list for us to answer? And if it's a difficult question, then it's for you to answer.
Okay. All right. Oh gosh, I'll summon the bravery to go for it then. So I'm just scanning through all the wonderful questions that we've had. There is one question that does come up, and I've obviously had a little bit more time having seen this earlier today to answer it, Ted. The question comes from rico.on.off.ice. And the question is, what do you think about abusive coaches? And I was obviously a little bit hesitant to acknowledge it because there are lots of question marks over coaching methods, and there are lots of allegations against very abusive behaviour from coaches, and that cannot ever be underestimated, and it's important to investigate, and we really don't tolerate that. I have, in the same way as I have zero tolerance for online trolling and online abuse of the skaters, abusive coaching is just not acceptable. I'm also mindful of the safeguarding that is a big part of Vision 2030. So as part of the ISU's Vision 2030, they are very attentive to safeguarding needs, promoting athletes' physical and mental well-being, and reinforcing the ISU athletes' safeguarding efforts. So, it's a question that I presume has come in from a person who is mindful of the skating landscape currently, and that there are allegations against the code of conduct of coaches. And so, we are not, Ted and I are far from being the voice of the international skating union at all, but we definitely know that is a big factor in Vision 2030, is being mindful of safeguarding. And I think you and I, Ted, also very mindful of the fact that we don't condone abusive coaching whatsoever.
No, of course not. I do want to say, though, in my skating, I was pushed, if you will, sometimes encouraged to a voice raised in volume, make me do what I needed to do, discover what I was able to do. And I would never have made the World Championships ever had I not been shown that I was capable of doing more. and that was not sitting down at the table and negotiating things. It was like following the teacher. So I think that, and there are different, everybody has different levels of stress. So some skaters are very sensitive, and so the coach must adapt to bringing that out in that particular skater to make sure that there is no psychological damage to that. So you have to, as coaches, really have to adapt to each person. Some skaters, and even the parents say, no, push me. I need you to push me to the level that I can be because I'm not sure what that is. So every skater and every coach has got to figure out what are the buttons that I need to push to encourage and to support and to push that skater to the level of their dream. So it is very complicated, and if the coach doesn't take the time to figure the athlete out, and the athlete doesn't clearly define to the coach what it is they need to be the best that they can be and what they want from the coach, then you can run into issues. So I think it's a really very important topic, but it needs to be broader discussion, because how do you become an elite athlete? An elite athlete, pardon me, speaking word, and without sort of figuring out what is the best method for coach to work.
You know, Ted, I'm so grateful and glad that you then took where I'd left off, because I was very keen to express the message that we don't condone abuse of coaching whatsoever, but also it's wonderful that you were a world championship competitor, you are of an elite standard, and that was something that I did too, and that we are in the world of elite skating, and we are mindful of the fact that the line for what some believe to be pushed can be questionable as to what's being pushed and what's being motivational and what's being too hard. And that then, when you said communication is utterly key then between federation, coach, athlete, choreographer, everybody involved in what's going to bring and extract the best out of it.
Yeah, and here's where maybe a coach might make a mistake by not having that communication clearly with mom and dad and the student. Say, okay, what's your dream, and what best motivates you? How do you want me to deal with you? And coming to some sort of agreement as to how to handle the situation. We, never misunderstand my or Mark's comments that, of course, we want the health of the athlete is utmost important, priority number one, totally. But every athlete is a bit different as a person, and they need a different approach. The coach has got to now, it's very complicated, coaching 20 to 25 people, everyone's different. So they have to bring different word selection perhaps, different tone of the voice perhaps, different repetition numbers, everything different. So that's been hard in the past, and for coaches who have been coaching for many, many years might have had a harder time in transitioning to the current standards. And so that's not to excuse it, that's just to explain it, that in my day, that's what made me a world competitor, and it wasn't abusive, it wasn't physical, it was just pushing me to find out what I could be. So I think there's a balance in there, but most important, protect the person, the athlete. That's there you go.
As an analogy, my young daughter who does some ballroom lessons, she has a coach who can be quite strict. And I hear that, and as myself having been an elite level athlete, I'm thinking, oh yeah, go on, give her that strictness, because I know that that's what's necessary. But then equally, then I can hear, the coach was a bit nasty today, and then as a parent you're like, oh no, but that's my baby girl, I don't want to hear that. So also the interpretation of what is strict, I can look from afar and go, yes, that's what my child needs for success, but then I as a parent can go, oh no, but that's my baby and I don't want that. So
it's complicated. It is complicated. But I think the world is adjusting. I do think the world is adjusting. I do think it's getting a little bit better, but much more to go. Here we go. We are on to group number 3, I guess. No, 2? I'm not sure. I got lost in the conversation.
I think we're only in the second.
Oh, 2.
Sorry, mate.
Oh, it's my wish. Yeah, here we go. Oh, this is interesting. This young skater, 17 years old, she's from Ecuador. Cisa Zuliana Diaz Bermudez. And this is her first Junior Grand Prix event, and in fact, maybe her first international competition at all. So this is interesting. I watched her practice. She's a brave and courageous young skater learning to love competition.
Cesar Soyana Diaz Bermudez, representing Ecuador, skating to Ecuadorian folk music, attired, I presume, in a relevant costume to the heritage that she proudly represents. And that obviously was a difficult performance. And while she does not have the skating acumen yet that others in this competition have, it still was not reflective of what she's capable of, which is sad. But I so admire what the skater is doing and coming out here representing Ecuador on the international stage.
Yeah, and I think it's just a perfect example of the stages of development. We've talked about that, the globalization of our sport. So I'd be really interested if people are watching from Ecuador right now that know where she trains and what is the rink like and how many hours they get. I think it says on her bio that she gets 10 hours a week. And, when did she start? So, just to put in perspective the journey that these young skaters are on. And we don't know much about her, and we'd love to know more.
And there's also confirmation that Cesar's performing here. There was arm movement. There was so much thought and consideration going into this. The choice of the Ecuadorian folk music, the costuming, some of the arm movements. There was detailed commitment to it. This is a skater that's just as passionate about what they are doing as the most elite of the skaters that has had more success on the international stage before. And so, kudos to her. And I think perhaps Michael Gilpin, the coach with her, she proudly waves that flag.
So she should. Yeah, I think that's one thing I love. But we've said this many times. Love about the Junior Grand Prix is this is the only level that expands the sport because it allows people to come into it. And I know we have to have cutoffs for Junior Worlds and all sorts of cutoffs to be able to manage the sport. But this opens its door to our sport, any rink, anywhere in the world that the federation belongs to the ISU. And so she's got the, I think that's a little fan.
The fan.
She's got, could I ever use that right now? I'm telling you, our studio's But so I think it's so cool to see these skaters and sometimes meet them and do interviews with them about how do they discover the sport? What do they fall in love about it? And how many people in their country have it? So any of you know that, please send us that information about this young woman and skating in Ecuador. 11.96 for Cesar, and that'll put her currently in the 7th place. Beautiful program, beautiful costume, and it's so cool to see. And we thank her for getting involved and being here in Bangkok to be on the Junior Grand Prix.
Next to skate, representing Kazakhstan, Veronica Kim.
Representing Kazakhstan, Veronica Kim is 15 years old, coached by Ilya Klimkin, a wonderful creative skater in the past years.
And Veronica will skate to Can't Help Falling in Love.
Only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you.
Kazakhstan's Veronica Kim
From
completes
Kazakhstan,
her first Junior Grand
Veronica
Prix short
Kim.
program. And that will be nothing like the results that she achieved at the Summer Championships of Kazakhstan when she had scored over 50 points in the short program. As her flag is waved there, this is a skater though that had so much speed and attack. And 2 falls are going to make it a rough score, but there's the potential for high skating skills.
Mark and I were just saying, you know, we wish we knew more about skating in Kazakhstan. There's a number of countries we don't have a lot of information. How many clubs, how many rinks, how many skaters. You can see Annalene on that triple loop that's under rotated as well. I saw her in practice and on the warm-up. Really, really good skater, good jumper, everything. You could see the energy. Just had a rough performance in the competition. Nice double axel there. But love to know more about skating in Kazakhstan. We know they've turned out some really good skaters, no question of that. But what is the size of the organization?
Yeah, to see that in that Summer Championships, which Veronica Kim won and won well, there were 22 women in that event. So giving us a flavour for the number of skaters that are in the country, presumably, well, I would imagine, inspired by the likes of Mikhail Shaidarov, the world silver medalist event.
True. As we see a really nice Bielman at the end of that level 4 layback spin at the end of the program. And she has a personal best, as Mark said, 53.28. You're going to see this score short of that. But you could see the abilities and the talent of this young woman. And just wait till it all gets put together. She is just 15, so lots of time, and she has lots of will.
Please.
Yeah. It's a 45.38. I know she'll be disappointed with that. You can see she's a fierce competitor. She was pushing herself throughout that program. That'll put her currently, for the moment, at least into 4th place.
Currently in 4th place.
She wants more. Not a bad thing. Set the bar high for herself. There is our next skater representing Israel, 15-year-old Simona Ketchman. This is her second Junior Grand Prix event this fall, coming 17th in Riga in week 1. She is the junior silver medalist at the Nationals in Israel.
And Simona returned to train in Eliat at the shopping rink mall there between that first Junior Grand Prix assignment in Riga, making sure she had access to a larger rink than her home rink in Holland.
From
Simona
Israel,
Kachman
Simona
completes her
Kachman.
second short program on the Junior Grand Prix Series 2025, and this time without a fall on the double axel, which plagued her when she competed at the Riga Cup, the first stage of the Junior Grand Prix. And as I say, she's so committed to her international development, staying away from home to be able to continue to train, and be able to return
Well, Mark,
with indeed a better skate.
we saw some beautiful connection, soft movements with music, and so she really is connected to the music, that's for sure. There's the triple Lutz, watch the landing on the triple toe loop, and is under in the system. And here's the triple loop, watch the landing. That look, no, they put that as under as well. So both those jumps are under rotated to lose some points off the base value of that. There's the flying sit spin in at a level 3. So missing one feature on that. But nicely centered. Position to finish that with. And the double axle. Gets that done with a twizzle on the end of that. Not sure if that was planned or if that was just rotational coming off that landing.
And Simona has, as you see her doing that twizzle, the back outside twizzle on the landing of the double axle, and here too in the A-frame even, were always an easy spin to make attractive. She's got great line, even there the neckline that she holds and possesses. She has a refinement to her movement. What will make it difficult for Simona regarding the program components goes is just that speed and the flow and the glide. She needs to add that, but she trains in the small rinks. It's so hard to achieve.
Yeah, it's so amazing as we discover the stories of these athletes. It's extraordinary how they overcome the challenges, physical, building facilities, the instability of the world, everything. Season best at 49.26 for Simona Kachman from Israel, and that'll put her currently in the 4th place. I look pretty happy with that. There is our next competitor representing the United States of America. 15-year-old Jessica Jurka was first put on the ice at 1.5 years old. She said she loves the feeling of getting closer to her goals every day. Proudest moment was landing her first triple axel. She's coached by Leif Gildelson and Eddie Shipstad.
From the
America,
United
just
States of
Yuka
America,
completes her short program, and she said that whilst it's her first Junior Grand Prix, it's her first time in Asia, and she was loving the whole experience, from the amazing food and the kindness of the people. You wonder whether or not perhaps the massive time difference, this 13 hours time difference for her, whether or not that has impacted upon the performance, because she fought so hard to make a triple work, but couldn't fight to cling on to landing of the triple loop.
You know, I saw her in the practice sessions, and she's so strong and so good. Let's take a look at some of the elements. There's the Lutz, nice and straight backwards, a little too far forward, keeps the hands off the ice, and squeezes out that triple toe loop, but that is under-rotated in the system at the moment. And here's the double axel, watch down underneath, deep, pops way up in the air. That was lovely. Some of the steps. So here is the triple loop. Looked too far forward on that takeoff. Wow, and goes back on the end of the heel. That took a unexpected fall, a hard fall. Here's some of the steps you like.
This little change of I love the little change of edge part where you're in there, like the half Wally in the other direction. There's some nice nuances and touches to the choreography. And I think what we'll see then from Jessica will be her strength in the free skate. If she's able to unveil the triple axel that you saw in practice, then that value will really pay off when she's using it in the free skate, which hopefully will be a clean skate for her. Explaining that her parents do so much to support her. Her father's work is in Denver, so they drive an hour every day commuting for training. The World Arena as well.
It's incredible. As we take a look at the short program scores for Jessica, 48.52. That'll put her in 5th place at the moment. Certainly not what she
this puts her currently
maybe had envisioned, or certainly what she's capable of, but she had that big fall on the loop, so I'm sure we'll see her come back in the free program. She's a strong skater, and she's wanting to show what she's capable of doing. I'm sure we'll see that in the free. Let's take a look now at our next competitor, representing Thailand, Prozari Marcella Tetera, 13 years old, born right here in Bangkok, competed at the recent Asian Open, coming 16th. This is her first Junior Grand Prix.
Big stage for this young skater, and huge support, applying perhaps a little bit more pressure as she skates to Dreamer.
I can see the whole world from my own little clouds up by the Milky Way. I'll stay here forever and a day. You can't pin me down. I feel solid ground.
Passerei Marcella Tatira representing the first representative of the host nation at the Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok. And some real delicate skating. Oh, nice. That's a nice curse as well. I like that.
I
Little
thought
acknowledgement to the judges.
there was so much, so many little nuances and moments. I thought she was charming. That the choreography was just excellent, and she did a beautiful job of it. Of course, some of the challenge on the technical elements, but really, really a nice program, Mark.
Yeah, and a good example of a skater that appears to be fairly well balanced between their technical element level and their program component scores level. There was not, in fact, arguably, I would say that the program component scores are Passerei's strength at present over the tech scores. We look back at that.
Good takeoff in the double axel.
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. Just a little bit too far forward, but well done. This triple toe loop here, though, doesn't get all the way around. She didn't really lift very high, didn't pop that up, so that was unfortunate. Nice camel spin. Watch the change of edge right there. That's a feature, adding to the degree of difficulty.
Good speed.
Yeah, nicely centered as well. And that comes into level 3, so 3 out of 4, that's good. And some of the steps here.
Yeah, really deep outside edge on that part of the forward outside loop turn as part of our step sequence as we look back at the layback. And I was just trying to get a little bit more insight into how this performance compares for Passerei to what she's done internationally in the past. We've only got one event. It was the Asian Open Figure Skating Trophy in Manila, which a lot of the skaters that are competing here competed at that event too. And in that competition, she had an under rotation on her triple toe in both the short program and the free skate. Here, although it wasn't great, it was a Q mark, so a little bit better. So these are the kind of things that the skater will cling to for showing progression.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about the report card is that you really get to see, well, that didn't feel like a better performance, but when you analyze it, you go, oh, yeah, I made some improvement here and there, because usually the skater judges only by the feeling and not by the detail, and you need a little bit of both. Take a look at the scores. Short program score 31.93, and you can see her go, oh no, I want more than that. I hope. That'll put her currently in the 9th place. So lovely skating, lovely program. More work to do on the technical elements. There is our final skater in group number 2. From Sweden, 18-year-old Alexandra Oddman, second Junior Grand Prix season, Sweden's junior silver medalist, 37th at Junior Worlds last season.
And Alexandra is debuting a new short program. The music is Reminiscence, and so she researched this music and just come up with a theme of dementia, and it's a particularly strong connection for her because of the connection with her late grandfather who suffered from that horrible disease, and she dedicates this choreography to him. 18-year-old Alexandra Odman representing Sweden, and of course we've seen in the warm-up that Alexandra is more than capable of triple combinations with the triple Lewis, and that didn't happen today in the actual competition. However, this program really is more than just the competition. It's more than just the technical. She has the story, she has the connection to her grandfather, and I admire the way that she's taking her medium of storytelling, her skating, and putting that out into the world with such emotional sensitivity.
And to me, what was so interesting, it wasn't just the beautiful choreography, it was the feeling in which she, look at that, just the look right at the top as if she's looking to the heavens. And she did it with such sincerity and honesty to that emotion for her that was spellbinding. Here's the sport, the double axel gets that done. And then sport down here, this did not pop up high enough to get all the way around. Unfortunately, we know she can do it. She didn't do it in competition. That's the reality of it. Here's the triple loop, gets that done. Maybe a touchdown, we couldn't see. And an under rotation actually on the triple loop. But what a lovely skater, what a lovely program, and lovely choreography. And it's designed by Andrea Vittori. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, and Andrea Vittori is doing some brilliant work. And actually, Alexandra had acknowledged choreographer Andrea quite a lot in the creation of it and how he would bring things to life for her with the storytelling. It's interesting, maybe it's because we know the story and we're fortunate enough to have been given an insight into the creation process that I connect with it more. So then I look at the score and I think, oh, gosh, this is a skater so much capable of much higher score, but maybe that's when then I disconnect from my judge's head and just connect to my human head, and as a human, I like what I'm seeing.
That's a really good point that you just made, and because I've often thought that if there is a story, should the skaters have the right to promote that story? So judges and people alike wouldn't understand what the root of the feeling in the story is. However, having said that, that would maybe impact a judge in a human way, which might override the sport evaluation, because you're feeling for the athlete and the story and the sadness. So, it's an interesting discussion and debate, of which we will not continue. We'll take a look at the scores
Alexander would want us on the panel.
39-73 for a 7th place for Alexandra. What a lovely skater and a lovely program. And we wish you the best moving forward. And we know you can do that triple Lutz combination. So, unfortunately today, but you're a beautiful skater. So now we're going to be taking a break during the ice resurfacing after group number 2. There are 6 groups, 4 more to come. Some beautiful skaters yet to skate, of course. Mark, what's on our playback list as we take a look at the standings so far in the event?
We can listen into the interview with the winner in Varese, Sumika Kanazawa, and then the second video in this ice resurface will be that of our figure skating basics series, and we have a look at some jumping passes.
There you go. We hope that you will enjoy that, and we will be back after the ice resurfacing. Stay with us. You're watching live coverage of the Junior Grand Prix number 4 from Bangkok, Thailand.
Sumika Kanazawa, omedetou gozaimasu. Now, this is your first Junior Grand Prix. Did you have any expectations coming into this competition?
初めてのジュニアグランプリで緊張を絶対すると思ったので、とりあえず楽しむことを目標に出てきたので、優勝できてすごい嬉しいです。
And now you work with some incredible coaches. How important are your coaches to you?
いろんなことを教えてくれたりして、すごく自分の毎日一日一日成長していける存在ですごく頼りになります。
Next week we see the 3-time Junior World Champion Mao Shimada return to the Junior Grand Prix. She's your training mate, you train with her. Is she a big inspiration to you?
トリプルアクセルを練習するにあたって、やっぱり真央ちゃんの練習してる姿を見たり、4回転してる姿を見たりしてきたので、やっぱりすごい今同じジュニアとして戦ってるのが自分でも驚いてるぐらいすごい存在なので、来週も演技楽しみにしてます。
Well, you've made a great impression in your first Junior Grand Prix, and we wish you all the very best for the rest of the season. Arigatou gozaimasu.
ありがとうございます。
Welcome to the Basics of Skating. Now, this series is designed for those new viewers that don't know much about our sport, and we're going to go into a little detail on some of the elements, Mark.
Yeah, we're going to start with understanding the 6 different figure skating jumps, and we're going to start with the axel, which I believe is probably the easiest for a new viewer to spot.
It is. It's the only jump that you go forwards on, and it's a little scary because you're jumping into space, but Mark here is a brave soul, and he is going to demonstrate for us, so I'm going to back out of this shot. Bravo!
Any good jump, the biomechanics are so important, and it's really crucial that the athlete and the skater has total command over all their limbs and making sure that both the arms and the free leg all work together at the point of takeoff.
Now remember, that is the only jump of all of them that takes off forward. It's kind of difficult. It's one of the first jumps skaters learn as well. Let's take a look at the Salchow jump now, different from the axle, Mark.
Yes, forward takeoff with the axle. This is the first of the jumps we take off from backwards, and it'll be a back inside edge that takes off and dictates the Salchow.
Back inside edge takeoff, little movement on that free leg. Salchow. Now we're going to take a look at the loop jump. Now this is the one jump that does not have a second leg assist, like a toe kick or like the use of the free leg. Just one edge, the free leg is crossed in front of the takeoff edge, and it just pretty much stays there through the takeoff and into the air rotation position. Just one edge in, one edge out. That's a look at the loop jump. Now we're going to take a look at the toe loop, which is different than the axle and the Salchow. Those were edge jumps. This is the first toe jump that you're going to see, Mark.
Yes, and there are lots of different entries into the toe loop, but the important part is that the final edge is on the back outside edge and we're tapping to assist the takeoff.
Well, not too bad. Good extension on the landing.
That's all I've got.
Now we're going to take a look at the flip jump. Now once again, this jump uses the toe kick to help lift the skater in the air, Mark.
And like the toe loop, there are lots of different entries that the skaters will use to get to the jump, but the important part here is the back inside edge on takeoff.
You know, you cover up a lot of flaws with that nice extension.
I mean, hell if I know it.
Now we're going to take a look at the Lutz jump. This is quite similar to the flip jump, except the takeoff edge is then outside as opposed to the flip being an inside. Kind of a little complicated and difficult to see so quickly, Mark.
Yes, difficult to spot, but should the skater take off with the incorrect edge, it can have big implications on their points.
Nice, strong back outside edge, good strong pick, beautiful extensions. And that is the Lutz.
And now you hopefully know the differences between the different figure skating jumps, so please try and test yourself when you're watching some of the world's best figure skaters.
The following skaters may now take the ice for their 6-minute warm-up. From Armenia, Isabella Isayan.
Welcome back, everyone, to Bangkok, Thailand, week number 4 on the Junior Grand Prix. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty, joining us from his studio in Nottingham. We are in Group 3 of the women's short program on day number 1. Mark, welcome to the broadcast as usual, and I'm assuming that you had tea and crumpets during that break.
Isn't it funny how we stereotype whatever we consider our geography?
Yeah, but it's legal between the two of us. I can do that, and you can say that
You're totally right. You and I. But the thing is, if you lay down a gauntlet like that, the stereotyping of me, then I will have to then go into Canadian stereotypes.
Listen, I had maple syrup, I had maple syrup and I had a beaver tail, and you don't know what that is, but that is a delicious dessert in Canada. There you go.
Oh, really? Oh, I think I want to know more about a beaver tail.
Oh, my God.
What I thought was a beaver tail is not what I would have wanted to.
No, it's like a pancake. It's got like chocolate and maple syrup and it's cinnamon in it. It is absolutely and everybody eats it outdoors when they're skating outdoors on a pond or whatever, and they come up. Oh yeah, it's incredible. It's a must-have.
Okay, so I can't make Canadian stereotypes if then your stereotypes are as fabulous as that. That's
That's only one of them. Yeah, no, it's all good. Okay, do we have more questions to answer, or get in trouble on whatever?
Yeah, we do indeed. Oh gosh, we've answered that one. There are quite a few questions that have come in pertaining to ice dance, so I will try to reserve them. Ted, perhaps you can help me to remember those for when we're under the jurisdiction of the ice dance event.
Mm-hmm.
Next question. Obviously, it's a very serious question. How does it feel to be our favourite commentators, Ted?
Kind of embarrassed because,
Yeah.
No, the interesting thing is it's nice in a way because I think we've helped to create an environment here for the skaters, safe environment. They like to take pictures. We're a family. We're a big family. On the other hand, I'm not crazy about the notoriety because I love doing what we do, and I know you'd feel the same way. And we don't do it for people knowing who we are, or, whatever. We do it because we like the skaters, we like the sport, we love it, and we're passionate about it. But I thank you for that comment, and we hope that we continue to serve the public around the world and the skaters in telling the stories of them and our sport. There you go.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we're conscious of is there's just as much airtime as we get, and we get a lot. There's still not even enough to dig deep enough into the lives of these people, because whatever time we get to discuss a little of their life, it'll never truly reflect the amount of commitment that each and every single one of them is given to our sport.
But I think, one of the things that you do, so many brilliant things, I think one of the things you do is with that social media outreach. And, I get some information. I don't do the same type of research that you do, but that's what makes us a good team. And at least in my opinion. I think those are the types of information, or that is the type of information that helps people to look at the person, not the skater, then watch them as a skater. And I think that's important when you put the two together as a child, dedicating the program to their grandfather who had Alzheimer's, or, that type of story connects you with the person who then you watch skate. That's cool.
Yeah, really cool. So, moving on, Mr. Barton, I have a controversial one. Somebody posted a question actually directly to me.
Good.
And incidentally also, yes, well, they corrected me on a little bit of what I mentioned technically, so I'll come to that as well. The first part, though, is, do you ever have controversial skating opinions that you can't share on stream, but find it hard to bite your tongue as a commentator? And they've said that they personally would find that very difficult.
No, I personally, I don't, because I've been involved, and I say this with humility, but I was a skater up to the world level. I was a coach up to the international and world level. I was, helped with the judging system when this first came out. Although I've done so many different things, whether the ISU or national or provincial organization, that I understand this big machine and how hard everybody works. And everybody works to try to be the best. Nobody tries to be a problem. And so it's complicated. And so when there is a problem, or when people perceive that there is an issue and somebody's doing something or this or that, I understand it's way deeper than just making the accusation or just making a comment. So there's nothing that's controversial. Yes, in somebody else's mind, there is a bigger story behind it, which we'd love to have the time to fill people in on, but we don't always have that time. I'm not sure if I answered the question, but
Well, no, that was actually, it was interesting because you were saying that you don't have controversial opinions. And what I was going to say was that actually, in many respects, being a commentator for the Junior Grand Prix not makes me a better human, but makes me a much more mindful human, because I'm attentive to who would be listening. And I always remember my mum saying, if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. There are times when I can have opinion. I can have my personal opinion about a costume or a dress or a music choice or a choreographic choice that is not my preference or not my cup of tea.
Yeah, but that's not a criticism. That's just
and so I don't find it hard to bite my tongue in regards to that, because I think, well, that's not helping the skaters. It's always something that really won't help.
And I just want to correct you. It's not that I don't have a controversial opinion. I have opinions, but I try to put it in context to the realities. Opinion is just opinion based on one piece of information. There's so much more that goes into people's thought process and opinion and experience. So, anyways, let's carry on here. Down the rabbit hole, we come out the other end. Okay, well, exactly. Representing Armenia, Isabella Asyan, 14 years old, born in Moscow and trains in Moscow now. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. Oh my.
From Armenia, Isabella Isayan.
The Armenian representative in the women's short program, Isabella Isayan, completes a short program that was, well, an amazing outing really on the Junior Grand Prix, representing Armenia. As you said, Ted, born and trained in Moscow in Russia, so we have to assume then as being under a system that is producing so many great skaters, but so then it belies perhaps this debut performance, because we would be seeing this and thinking, oh my goodness, this is utterly incredible. How come we've never seen this skater before?
Yeah, and I think, and we
represent
will talk about the process by what skaters have to go through to represent other countries. And it's not just, of course, the Russian skaters. There's many of them that are in the United States and Canada, all around the world. But it goes to the same thing. We've had a number of Canadian skaters represent their heritage, go back to Taipei or to China or to whatever. So that happens, and there is a pretty strict process for that to happen. And so, you know, I think it's important that we bring that up so people understand that any one of these skaters and federations can actually do it by following the process. So we'll fill you in on some of that detail as we have more time to do so.
And in terms of Isabella, she's gone out there and showcased not the triple that she was hoping for, but she showcased, you know, obvious quality. Just in a bit of feedback for Isabella from the technical panel, she will see that the levels of the steps and spins were 2s and 3s, which I'm absolutely positive that Isabella is capable of getting level 4s in the spins at very least. And so perhaps some of the positions weren't sufficiently established or sufficiently sustained within the spins, and she'll be able to see that when she gets the feedback from the tech panel.
Yeah, one of the disadvantages for some of these skaters is not getting feedback early enough to be able to make those corrections. 46.39 for Isabella, and that'll put her currently into 6th place. Good skater, and has a few challenges here, and she's left some points on the table, but that is yet to be learned and adjusted. And there is our next skater representing Switzerland, Valeria Azova, 15 years old, also born in Moscow, but lives and trains in Chambéry with Stéphane Lambiel.
And Valeria showcased such quality in the warm-up. Triple lutz, triple toe. I suspect that despite the fact that this is her first Junior Grand Prix, you could well see some great things in this performance. Well, we've already seen some brilliant young Swiss women competing on the Junior Grand Prix Series 2025, and Valeria Ejova is absolutely another to add to that. And perhaps some of the most emotional refinement, and for me, Ted, my favorite part was the stop in which she gave storytelling, musicality, and a breath to the performance that it's hard to be able to hold nothing as well as she did.
You know, to understand the music and the story and the movement and how important it is to connect to the emotional aspect at this age, 15, beautiful triple loop to start with, it's extraordinary. And this is a beautiful skater, delicate yet strong. And we'll see, I think, much more from her in the future.
Yeah, I mean, as we look back at some of the spans, good rotation, amazing. And actually that could potentially fall under the bullet point for creativity insofar as it's a cross catch with such range. Triple loops here, just see some of the rotation done on the ice there.
Yeah, under rotated on the triple toe loop, but great fight to get the combo done.
And I've seen Valeria on her social media showcasing videos of her jumping quad loops and quad loops on a harness. So she's obviously mindful, you know, and as you've said, having trained in Russia, she now trains in Champéry with Stéphane Lambiel, but she moved there a year ago prior to that in Russia. So quads there, more of a framework for what was necessity, and so that's part of the vocabulary of training that she's done.
Yes, part of
it.
You're absolutely right. It was part of the vocabulary. It was part of the possibilities. It wasn't something thought of not on the menu. It is on the menu. So let's take a look at the scores for Valeria. So from Switzerland, 58.88. That is third in the short program. Lovely skater, bright future. And she displayed that, put that on display for the rest of the world to see. And look how close it is. 59, 58, 58. Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Next to skate.
Our next competitor represents Canada, 15-year-old Victoria Barakina. She was also born in Moscow. She now lives and trains in Toronto with Brian Orser and Joy Russell. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event.
And Victoria will skate to Dawn of Faith. 15-year-old representing Canada, Victoria Baratina, skates a clean skate, and as you were saying, Ted, until perhaps the layback spin, the final element, not a review in sight. She has delivered a performance that made it very easy for the technical panel to assess, and she will be incredibly happy as the Maple Leaf flag, the Canadian flag, waved rather abundantly in the stand by the team.
Now, she struggled in the first couple practices here. I think, it's all a new environment. She's in a new country. Now she's in an event she's never been in before, probably been watching. As we take a look at the double axel, great knee action into the element and on the landing as well. So this was all new to her, new teammates, everything. And so a little intimidating. She had a rough couple practices, but not today. It was competition time, and she came to play.
Love the triple loop. And as we look at the Lutz toe, look at the tracing, easy comparative to that which we've seen from others for the technical panel to give the rotation call.
Yeah, and I give this young woman a lot of credit in an environment that was uncertain and challenging and all of this, and she put it together at the moment you needed it. And you might see a new leader here. We'll see. It's very, very close.
From a components perspective, it's not as strong as that of Stefania Kladky.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Or Emilia Nemirovsky. But as Joey Russell joins her in the kiss and cry, it was like absolutely delivered.
The best she could do on this in this situation, and she should be very proud. The score, 59.27. That is first in the short program. There's the smile, 2 thumbs up, and a high five from Joey Russell. Can't ask for much more. Great job. She takes the lead, but it's close. Look at how tight it is.
Oh, really tight.
Next to skate.
Our next competitor represents United Arab Emirates, 15-year-old Marie Biervert. First international competition in the Junior Grand Prix. And Junior Grand Prix will be going to Abu Dhabi on this later, or the final Junior Grand Prix of the season. That'll be exciting for us all.
Marie skates to Angel and Devil by Maxime Rodriguez. Marie Biervert. Just interested to see how she takes stock of what has just happened, mentally assessing what she's just done.
And Mark, 7 elements, no reviews. So for them, and we often talk about making it clear. The skaters make it clear so the technical pandas, I'm not sure about that, and they look at it. If you make it clean and clear, you've got no problem.
Yeah, and actually we have seen, as we obviously different location, different continents, so different jumping, but we have seen more clear rotation. This triple loop,
lovely,
no debate.
And here's the triple toe. I think it was going to be a triple toe. No, planned triple toe, double toe. So maybe that's just where she's at. Keep the program clean. And there's the double axel. A little slip on the takeoff, but she adjusted well in the air. The flying sit spin, that's in at a level 4, right near the end of the program with a plus GOE. So she's adding points to the core value. In fact, every one of the elements has additional points added to it because the quality of the execution. That's the GOE, grade of execution. So she had such good quality throughout this program, she gained points on the base value.
And it's interesting just looking down as the United Arab Emirates has proudly waved there, just to see versus the other women that have competed. So we've seen many triple lutz, triple toe attempts or triple lutzes. The triple toe, double toe that Marie offered has only 5.5 points, much less base value, which is going to be minimum attempt.
51.22 for Marie. That'll put her in 5th place. They're happy with that. That's a handshake. No, first of all, there's a lot going on there with the hands. High five, handshake, you name it. But they're happy.
Celebration.
5th place. There you go, 51.22. And there is a look at our next competitor representing Azerbaijan, and we'll be going there to Baku in just about 2 weeks. 15-year-old Lali Akundova, 2nd Junior Grand Prix season.
And they celebrated her 16th birthday last Friday. Celebrations continuing as she celebrates, hopefully with a clean skate, as she skates to Mexico and Huracan. Leila Akandova, representing Azerbaijan, completes her tango-themed short program. And this, it's interesting, Ted, because as we watch back on Leila's performance, she too is a great skater, and just the standard necessary to compete and succeed in the results of this competition have increased. Then it becomes incomprehensible that a skater doing a triple loops and a triple loop is not going to be within, the top half potentially.
Yeah, in the standards, 10 years ago, that would have been quite fine and not a problem, but not now. There's the triple lutz. Gets the foot back up into the double toe loop. Clean in the system, no problem. Here's the triple loop. Watch the landing. And that is in an under rotation. You can see the hook on the landing. Here's the double axel. And that was more problematic. Too far back on the heel. Didn't push the free leg back quick enough to stabilize the landing. There's the flying sit spin. That's in at a level 4. So all 4 features. There's the difficult position with the 8 revolutions and the fly. So there, but however, having said that, out of the 7 elements, 5 are in the minuses. So she's lost points away from the base value because the quality had some specific issues that had to be reduced.
But I'm just so appreciative and admiring of these young humans like Leila there, who's smiling. She just fell over in the double axel. That's the easiest of the jumps that she had in this short program. She'd be within her rights to be frustrated and annoyed with herself. Oh, I did the double axel. But she's far more mature than that in the way that she's conducting herself now. She was shaping heart. She was recognizing, first Junior Grand Prix, she went and conducted herself well.
Yeah, and you put some of the credit to the coach, to try to keep things in perspective and keep these skaters' feet firmly on the ground. Put in perspective, you're not going to skate perfect all the time. You might do that in practice, but competition's a different beast, and so you have to learn to adapt to that. So if you make a mistake, do not allow the emotions of that to dictate what will happen after that. So it's a lesson that coaches quite often work with, and you can see this young woman here is feet firmly on the ground, and sure, she'd be happier if she did the double axel, but she's not overthinking it too much.
The scores, please. Leila Akundova from Azerbaijan.
40.39, and that will put Leila currently into 11th place. A little nod of approval there.
Currently in 11th place.
And now, taking to the ice the group number 4, and the first skater out in. Oh, no, am I missing one? Daria. Pardon me. I got ahead of myself. Let's just see here. Daria Trubitsin from Finland, 16 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, ranked 5th in junior at Finnish Nationals.
And Daria was Daria Trubitson representing Finland. Daria had explained that throughout the summer she spent time with various coaches in addition to her own brilliant coach Susanna Lutia Malinen and Heidi Vittonen, because the summer training for them is so crucial for the Finnish test skate preparation. So for Daria, making sure she was in peak form at the beginning of the season allowed her to get here, as we see triple flip and an under-rotated triple toe loop in the competition.
Yeah, and that was an upgrade because she planned a triple toe, but she went for the flip and got it done. Under-rotated in the triple toe loop. Triple loop, though, it was a beauty. And the double axel, no problem on that. A little scratchy on the landing. Thought this was a nice transition or a nice jump over to the back sit and the layback side to back and pick up a speed. That's nice. And that layback comes in a level 4 with a plus GOE of 0.31. So some good points. 3.01 on that last spin. That's good work.
And great to see the coaches. Susanna here. We saw Susanna in different continent last week with a different student. Such amazing dedication from the coaches to their students. Not going home in between necessarily, but traveling across the globe to support ice skating.
We'll talk further on that because the commitment they make away from family, but also from salary, from working at home. 52 points. Wow. And that puts Daria currently into 5th place. And you can see coach and skater going, that's nice. 2 thumbs. That's up. Wow. Good job. Puts her in 5th place. Now we move on to group number 4. Got it all lined up now. First skater out in this group will be the 3-time world champion Mao Shimada. And I watched Mao this morning, watch her in practice, and she really had some trouble. Now, not technical, but she fell a number of times, but I think it's, maybe just tired or whatever. She's such a competitor, though. She lifts her game and her spirit at the moment she needs it, and we'll see what happens in this event. Now, do we have more questions coming in, Mark?
Let me just check back in with the wonderful Teresa and the questions that have come in to us. Confirmation of the support for the Argentinian representative.
Nice.
Wonderful to hear that. There are more than one fan tuning in to support Stefania Solaveva, who we'll see should be the 31st of the 36.
And where do those supporters live? Are they live in Argentina, or where are they from?
Well, the Instagram handle is for Mika Romerito, which I would assume might be of that location. But okay. I'm not sure. But we can ask them later.
Okay. No. That was good. You were sort of hesitating. You finished the sentence in about, 30 seconds. But that was good.
Perhaps that just goes to confirm the efforts that we endeavour to try and make regarding pronunciations, because whilst we are both open to acknowledging that we don't do them,
it's so hard.
At least when you can see I'm caught off guard asking where the person's from, you know that I really haven't prepped that name. Some of the at least all the skaters, we do try our best.
But you're so smooth. It's very good. Okay, what else you got?
The question comes in from @Pablo Penacostriano. Dear, that's another example of me not prepping that name. At the World Championships in 2026 next year, will Madison and Evan make history since Torvill and Dean? So I think the question, and to give context for those that don't know, they'll be referencing Madison Chalk and Evan Bates, the current and reigning World Ice Dance champions in the senior ranks. They have won the last 3 World Ice Dance Senior Championships, and so perhaps the question is comparative to Torvill and Dean, who won 4 World Championships from 81, 82, 83, and 84. However, although Madison and Evans still have yet to see if they can win a 4th consecutive world title, I'm pretty sure that Grishuk and Platov... Oh, no, they only won 3. I don't think they came back for Worlds in 98. I think Grishuk and Platov won 3 consecutive, 1995, 96, and 97. But Bestyaminova and Buchan from 85 to 88, did they not win 4 consecutive, Ted? Or did they not do the World Championships after the Calgary Games?
I don't know. You have Google just like I do. Check it out.
Okay, I'll have to check. Good point. That's the problem now, is that if you're a bona fide skating geek and archivist, then now any knowledge that you've stored in your brain space can so easily be replicated by somebody that can check with Google.
Well,
so
thank
I have not
gosh. I mean,
checked.
geez. It's hard to remember
Yeah.
everything. My God, even though it was my era.
Yeah, but it's a shame when you think that you've got a stat and
Yeah.
you're like, oh,
But-
check me knowing something.
You know, Jock and Bates are such wonderful skaters, obviously, but they're just terrific people. We had them on the broadcast last year on one of the dance events, and I know you asked them this year, and they're very busy. It's Olympic season, but terrific people. I mean, forget about the skating for a second. When you're dealing, and most of these skaters, almost all these skaters, are just outstanding people because this sport is so difficult. It humbles you every day, like just on that Lutz. You have to fall and get up and fall and get up again and again and again. So it keeps you humble because this is such a difficult sport and probably frustrated as well. It comes along with it. But the people are outstanding.
And Evan Bates, while we're talking about these skaters, Madison Chalk and Evan Bates, it's interesting to note that Evan is the athlete representative for the International Skating Union. So he not only represents the athletes with his own opinions, but I know that he was pivotal in organising meetings following World Championship for athlete representation. And I understand that there was quite a high attendance of skaters at that World Championship for the meeting that Evan conducted, and that's just confirmation that he is open to supporting the athletes as best as he possibly can. In fact, I'm pretty sure, Ted, this is my memory, so Google can't confirm or deny this because it's in my memory bank. But I'm pretty sure that at the World Championships in Montreal, after they won gold, I remember seeing in the restaurant Madison Chalk at the Skaters Hotel on her own, and be like, oh, well, where is your fiance at the time and partner who's just won a world title with you? And she said that he had athlete representative work to do, and so that just gives you a kind of idea about, as you say, the great people that they are, because they're willing to do, consider the greater good of the skater over and above perhaps their own celebratory success. So.
Well, there is a lot more athlete involvement in the ISU, which is a good thing, bringing their perspective. And I have to give a lot of credit to the technical committees who are now reaching out to athletes to get their input about where they'd like to see the sport to go. And they can't do everything that everybody wishes, but the point is there's involvement, and that's a good thing. That's transparency, and it's healthy for the athletes. It's healthy for the sport. And the ISU and national federations are in good hands because these are very good athletes, but they're also very good people, and they'll bring a lot to the operation of a national federation or international federation. So the sport has, I think, expanded past just what we're watching today, which is on the ice, to inclusiveness with the athletes. So, more to come for sure as we take a look at the three-time world champion and an extraordinary person to have kept the level of determination and determination to continue to train and test herself at the highest level when she's already three-time world champion. She's waiting for next year where she becomes a senior.
And there's no debating, as you watch Coach Mia Hamada encouraging Marsha Hamada before her performance, that this is a skater who has provided some of the greatest scores in both junior and senior ranks for the past 3 seasons.
Totally.
She has been nothing short of exemplary.
16 years old, the world champion, the junior world champion. So many amazing things about this young woman, but it's her persistence and consistency which tops that list.
And Mal chose the music Get Happy and Sing, Sing, Sing because she wanted to have something fun in her final junior season.
Come you sinner.
I'm trying to think, Ted, about a woman in both the junior or the senior ranks who has been so incredibly consistent with their short programs. You know, Michelle Kwan, the last skater to win 5 world titles in the senior ranks, and I don't know if Michelle had that same kind of consistency that Mao Shimada has showcased. You know, now as we look at the first of her junior Grand Prix assignments this year, and another clean skate. And what's particularly remarkable is what you just said about the reference between this performance and what was showcased in practice this week.
Yeah, I mean, she just knows that moment. She understands the competitive moment, and she's excited about it, and she's focused on it. And she knows that's where her consistency will come in competition. It may not always be in practice, but she raises the game, and she knows exactly how to do that, whether it's psychologically or physical preparation, whatever it is. She's got this mastered, at least at this stage of her career. Look at that lean on the triple lutz, the takeoff, but she keeps the back strong, gets up under the triple toe loop. It is on the quarter, the landing of the triple lutz, but that was a great save.
And here you can see so much flow and glide to push the components higher than anything that we've seen. And choreographer Caitlin Weaver had explained that they tried 4 or 5 different concepts for this short program this year before landing on this one. And, you know, it's perhaps not got the emotional depth that stuff that we've seen from her in the past, but it's great to hear that this is a concept that she chose because she wants to have a joyful program to celebrate her final season on the junior circuit, which is kind of, it's interesting. She's obviously, hopefully she's enjoyed juniors. Hopefully she wants to go out on a high, or hopefully,
yeah. And the great thing also about her is she wants to try different genres and different stories and different emotional. This is more fun and peppy and exciting. And last year was just, it was wicked because she was, that was amazing. And this is another amazing performance. Different style, different approach, but still the same result. Her scores, 70.36. Not her highest. She's had a 74.68 last year, but this is still a high score for this competition, and she takes over the lead.
This just shows you the high standard she has. That
Yeah,
the score of 70 is.
she's looking for more. She's going, okay, what did I do? What am I missing here?
Yeah.
So our next competitor represents Estonia, 16-year-old Marta Helena Prangal, 7th in Senior Estonian Nationals. This is her first junior Grand Prix.
And Johanna Alec, one of our choreographers, said that she always manages to come up with music he hasn't heard of, but she isn't afraid to be herself and be unique as she skates to Goomba Boomba. 16-year-old born in Tallinn, Marta Helena Prangal, representing Estonia. And it was interesting, Stefan Lambiel is here working with her because unfortunately her coach couldn't travel because of health issues. And Stefan was just explaining this is a skater that has so much potential, great musicality and good quality in the movement, but sometimes lacks the confidence and commitment to make us appreciate her strength. And I suppose that then in turn is where the coach becomes so pivotal, because 16-year-olds often don't have the confidence to commit and showcase what they're capable of. So she's got his influence here
Here's
too.
the triple Lutz making that happen and getting up to the double toe loop, and it's cleaning the system, so that's good work. Triple loop, or double loop, triple loop attempt, double loop result. There's the flying sit, great lift on that. That is in level 4. There's the double axel, gets that done right into the camel. Look how straight this free leg is, pointed toes back, change the outside edge. Really, really nice camel spin. And then the lay back in at a level 4 at the end of the program. Out of the 7 elements, 1 is in the minus, everything else is in the plus. Not huge additional mark, but some additional scores for the quality of the execution of the elements. So well done.
Yeah, and it's that triple loop, the double that Marta gave today is just worth 1 point based on their grade of execution, whereas a triple loop would be worth around 5 points. So it's just another insight into what the skater's potentially capable of in the standings.
Yeah.
Marta Helena Prangal from Estonia.
46.17 for Marta, and that'll put her currently into 12th place.
This puts her currently in 12th place.
Do as I do. Wave.
Yeah.
Here we go. Our next competitor represents Georgia, born in Ekaterinburg in Russia, Asia. Alakverdieva, 15 years old, first junior Grand Prix event.
Aisha will skate to a popular and wonderful piece of music, SOS d'une terrienne en détresse.
Pourquoi je vis? Pourquoi je meurs? Pourquoi je ris? Pourquoi je pleure? Voici le SOS d'un terrien en détresse. J'ai jamais eu les pieds sur terre. J'aimerais bien être un oiseau. Je suis mal dans ma peau. Je voudrais voir le monde à l'envers. Si jamais c'était plus beau vu d'en haut. J'ai toujours confondu la vie avec des bandes dessinées. J'ai comme des envies de métamorphose. Je sens quelque chose qui m'attire, qui m'attire, qui m'attire vers le haut. On crâne autour de l'univers. J'ai pas tiré mon numéro. Je suis mal dans ma peau. J'ai pas envie d'être en haut, mais trop boulot dodo. J'ai jamais eu les pieds sur terre. J'aimerais bien être un oiseau. Je suis mal dans ma peau.
From Georgia.
Aisha Lakverdieva, representing Georgia, will be frustrated because there are problems on the important valuable elements, the triple salto and the triple loop. However, for us, being objective and seeing so many performances as we do, I have so much respect for some of the movement and the choreography, the entry into the double axel and the back bend, even the bravery of starting as she has. And Nika Agadze is listed as choreographer. And it's not often that you see competitive current skaters on the choreography list as we see that step out of the triple salto. Nika was 9th at the World Championships in Boston.
And there's a look at the triple loop. She tried so hard to hang on to that, but the upper body kept rotating and she had to flip out. So we see that leg lift. Watch the landing here. The double axel and then a little counter into a spiral. Nicely done. Flying sit spin following that. That's in at a level 3, so missing one feature there. 2 out of the 7 elements were in the minus GOEs. 5 were in the plus. So she kind of sawed it off a little bit. She gained more than she lost in GOEs.
But I think Aisha has such a wide vocabulary of movement that judges like to see multi-dimensional movement where the body's off axis, and she showcased to me arguably one of the best examples of a skater being able to be off-body core, and that's has such an impact then on the blade, and that's why it's a valuable aspect for the skating skill.
Yeah. Well, they're having fun in the Kiss and Cry, that's for sure. Sending messages home, and this is, you know, it's an exciting moment for these kids, I think, to be at the Junior Grand Prix. They know their friends and family watching them back at home, and, you know, and they hope, we hope that they have a good skate and feel good about the whole experience.
I mean, it's so tricky, isn't it? Because I can understand why Aisha and our coach Leila would be frustrated, but we can see beyond it and see how much she has to offer and how much I respect.
A 43.60 for Asia, and that'll put her currently in the 14th place. When you're new to this, you're uncertain as to what that skate means for the judges, and when you get that, you go, whoa, but that helps put you in perspective as to where you sort of rank in your skill level at that, and now it's go home and do your homework and figure out where you stand from there, or what you have to do. Our next skater represents Korea, 13-year-old Hyeon Lee, new to the Junior Grand Prix, and it seems international competition, coached by Hyun Jun-chi.
Hyewon Lee was 8th at the Korean Junior Grand Prix qualifying competition. She had a short program score there, 54 points. We'll be looking for that or more here now. Just 13 years of age. Korea's Hyewon Lee gives a clean skate, the triple later in the program, and yet any nerves or inhibition about representing your country at the Junior Grand Prix not showcased by that young 13-year-old. And now, I think for me, Ted, then, because we're so used to seeing these quality skaters coming from these strong skating nations like Korea and Japan, then it's digging deeper beyond that. This, a tenacious young woman with great quality, and now it just becomes much more about refinement than clean skates.
Take a look at the triple loop here to start the program. That was nice lift, beautiful coverage in the air, double axel, just small little details like pointing toes in the spins and maybe in the landings a little bit. The triple flip, good patience, higher triple toe loop. That was so well done. And there's that flying. So look at that toe pointed up to the ceiling. You're going to want to straighten that out, turn it out a little bit. Those are small refinements, but in the big picture, when you get down to the nitty gritty, it can make a difference.
And that's when, you know, we've got the treat of having the likes of Mao Shimada here in the venue.
Yeah.
And then Mao Shimada never has feet that aren't engaged and extended.
Yeah.
And it, you know, for Hyewon Lee, is it ballet class or is it just a mindfulness and a video comparison? And she's joined by her coach in the kissing craft.
The scores, please.
Well, she was happy with the skate. You can see the reaction. We'll see how she feels about these numbers.
Hyewon Lee from Korea.
58.95, and they like that. That'll put her into 4th place. And that is, watch how close this is on the leaderboard. There it is, 70, 59, 59, 58, 58. It's ever so close for the top, for the second and third. Yeah. So, wow, what a battle in the free program that's coming. Never.
And now you can hear the screams for the next skater who represents Thailand, the host nation, Chiranat Chinprapakron. In her Junior Grand Prix debut, she was 3rd at the Thai Nationals Championships, skating to Sway by Pussycat Dolls. You just see her simulating the takeoff for the double axel. That will be the first element for Chiranat in this program.
When marimba rhythms start to play, dance with me, make me sway, like a lazy ocean hugs the shore. Hold me close, sway me more.
Chiranachin Pepakron representing Thailand gives a clean skate for this athlete. You could see her working through the double axel at the beginning, obviously showcasing a little bit of the anxiety she had about that, which was the hardest jump in her program, and she absolutely delivered, and she should be very happy with that. Her coach and choreographer, Ansel van Tonderdijk, said that she's come a long way over the past year trying to get out of her comfort zone with choreography and skating skills, and certainly the sway track by the Pussycat Dolls is not one that is necessarily easy to interpret, but you could see the obvious efforts that have gone into trying to ensure better component scores for this young woman. She goes up, and actually I think Chirana trains in this very venue, the Centre of Excellence, with Ansel van Tonder, her coach, and so she will be somewhat more comfortable by being in the venue. Of course, then that a little bit more anxiety as we see the
Double
big jump for
axel.
her.
Yeah. Well done. Here's the double flip. Double toe loop. Good clean combination for her. And here's some work. It's like the ice dance, the choreographic steps. But nice and playful. Looking at the judges and bringing it all in to the steps here.
And that lends to the composition mark. The the effort's gone as we see.
Nice
And I
landing.
actually like even that little arm. movement
Yeah, that
and
was
the-
great.
The double threes.
Nicely
Different
centered.
feature from low to high.
Yeah. This was a nice, tidy, clean skate for her in front of her home, in front of friends and family here. What a great job. And we talk about a clean skate. It's not just about a clean skate who does all the triples. It's about a clean skate for the skater at whatever level. Did they do what they practice, what they train for at the highest level they can in competition? And I believe this young woman just did.
Yeah, which is, everything you can ever wish for and hope for as a parent, as a friend, as a coach, as a choreographer, to see this kid to do what they're capable of.
Yeah, and they'll want to be capable of more in the future, but 34.28, and that'll put her currently into 20th place. And this makes them think about, well, I want to be higher than that. I want to see a bigger score. What do we have to do? And they'll go back, study the sheet, and that's how people start to make progress. Even if they had a good skate and they're disappointed with the score, they ask why, they find out why, and then they start to fix it. Our next skater represents Indonesia, Nathania Kinariza Insara. 14 years old, this is her first Junior Grand Prix event. She did compete in the Asian Open earlier this year, placing 25th.
And she will skate to the track Dark Eyes with a costume and music, I am sure, inspired by 2006 Olympic silver medalist Sasha Cohen. well, possibly the biggest smile of the entire event for Nathania Kenariza Insira, the Indonesian representative, who quite obviously, as I said before she started, inspired by the skating star Sasha Cohen. But it doesn't matter now who you're inspired by, it matters your own personal experience, and the triple salto that she offered there.
Yeah, wasn't that
although
great?
Not perfect, much better than we saw in warm-up.
Yeah, and better than in practice too. So what a thrill for her. There's the double axel at the top of the program. That's all the way, nice and clean.
Smile on her face.
And here's the salchow. Now this is under-rotated in the judging system. Watch the landing here. You can see just a little under-rotation there. They deemed it as a under-rotated triple sow. But still, for her, that's a success, you know? Sorry?
Yeah, I think that Nathania has different boots on either foot. She's a different brand on her left to right skate.
Well, that is an inspector. That looks like this, I don't know. Inspector Hanratty is investigating the boots.
I want somebody to tell me if that's the case.
Oh, jeez. Got to keep an eye on the skater here. Okay.
Yeah. But a must shout out for Nathania, because the Indonesian Ice Skating Association wrote and explained how proud of Nathania they were, especially due to the limited facilities that she has.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how great that your federation
Did
is
that.
already, prior to the participation, is already saying, you know, we're super proud of this athlete because we know that they don't have facilities that are
Yeah, well, that is terrific. And she did a great job, made them very proud, I'm sure, as well. Like getting that salchow toe loop done and the double axel as well. I mean, this is the best that she can do at this stage of development, and putting that into competition in that stressful environment, that's a success. And that may be a small success compared to the rest of the field or some of the field, but that's a big success for her journey.
Absolutely. And I mean, when I was looking out for Nathania and some of her back history, in 2022, I saw that she was learning a single axel on her social media. So, you know, and that was not landing it. So, you know, from 3 years from then to just be learning a single axel to out there competing with the 3-time world champion Mao Shimada, that's a huge evolution of experience.
Yep.
From that.
And that's a discovery of what you're capable of. But then when you're able to do that in 3 years, you wonder, what else can I do if I had more resources and I had more time? You know, you when you start to discover that you're capable of doing more than you believed you could, then you wonder, well, what can I do here? And if you have the resources, you can explore that. If you don't have the resources, it's more difficult. Let's take a look at the scores for Nathania, 14 years old. Short program score, 32.38. And they're happy with that. They're thrilled with that. And that'll put her currently into 21st place.
I'm here for her character and her energy.
That's cool.
That's cool.
That's a great reaction. Now she's kind of figuring it out. That's awesome. So we're going to take a short break. It's we have 2 groups left. There are 6 groups in the women's. 4 have gone, 2 to come. Mark, what do we have on the playback list?
So we can listen into the winner interview from Riga, the first stop in the Junior Grand Prix, and the winner there was from Japan, Mai Okada. And then from that same venue, we'll look at our must-watch moments from the first stage of the Junior Grand Prix 2025.
Enjoy. We'll be back after the ice resurfacing. Stay with us.
So Mai Okada, omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations, you've won this event. Now last year on the Junior Grand Prix, you had 2 bronze medals and narrowly missed out on making the Junior Grand Prix final. Has that been your motivation for this season?
去年両方とも3位という結果で、ファイナルまであと少しというところで、悔しかったんですけど、今年はファイナルに行くことが目標で、しかもファイナルが地元開催ということで、さらに行きたいっていう気持ちが強くなって、それで目標にして今まで頑張ってきて、その結果が今回出たのですごく嬉しいです。
May, I learned that your mother was inspired by Mao Asada, and that's one of the reasons that she encouraged you to become an ice skater. You come from one of the strongest skating nations. Is it Mao Asada is your inspiration, or is there another Japanese skater, or indeed any other that's a big inspiration to you?
佐田真央選手は自分が目標としている選手です。 で浅田真央さんみたいに私もトリプルアクセルが飛べるようになりたいと思っていて、他にも今一番身近にいる憧れの選手は、同じクラブで練習している大場雅選手です。
We look forward to seeing you hopefully again on the Junior Grand Prix and Gambatte Kudasai.
Welcome to the must-watch moments from Ankara, an exciting event in the men's, pairs, women's, and dance. Mark, let's talk a little bit about the men's event.
The men's must-watch moment goes to the champion from Korea, Min-Kyu Seo, the former junior world champion, coming into the form of his life and achieving a personal best in the free skate in Ankara to take the title, 15 points towards his participation in the final.
And in the women's event, Mayuko Oka of Japan, a shy young skater coming here just to enjoy the competition, ends up taking this title. And shy as she was thrilled with her performance.
The ice dance must-watch moment goes to the champions from Ukraine, Irina Podgena and Artem Kaval. They came into this event as the heavy favourites and they lived up to that expectation by taking 15 points on the Junior Grand Prix Series this year and the title in Ankara.
In the pairs event, Eva Kemp and Jonathan Elizarov of Canada won their second title in as many weeks. They were behind after the short program, but skated a brilliant free to take the title here in Ankara.
A must-watch moment has to go to America's Sofia Bezkorovinaya, who dedicated her performance to her best friend Everdy Livingston and Ina Bolyanskaya, her former coach, who both tragically lost their lives earlier this year on flight 5342.
My extra must-watch moment from Ankara is Lelou Remesand from Belgium, who skated to the Wednesday Addams theme and was so convincing and compelling in that overall performance.
The following skaters may now take the ice for a 6-minute warm-up. From New Zealand, Petra Lati.
Welcome back, everyone, to Bangkok, Thailand, and the week number 4 on the Junior Grand Prix. We're in the last 2 groups of the women's short program. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanruddy, joining us from Nottingham in his studio on day 1 here. We have 4 days of competition. It's unusual. Usually a Junior Grand Prix takes up 3 days, but because it's one facility here with 4 disciplines, there wasn't enough time for all the practice. Therefore, they've expanded the competition to 4 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Mark, what did you have for a break snack?
I was very virtuous, and I had an elderberry and echinacea herbal tea.
Oh my God!
Very, I'm so clean cut. Boring as anything.
Well, I had rice and chicken, so that was pretty good.
Ah, okay.
That's my
good
dinner.
fuel for. Well,
That's
that's
my
good
dinner.
fuel for your muscles.
What
Okay.
muscles? Excuse me? Hello? Muscles? Choke.
Maybe that's the next thing on the TikTok reveal. It's not just your dancing skills; it's your underlying
Yeah.
Greek Adonis physique.
Yeah, no. Okay, so what questions do we have coming up here?
Moving on. Yes, thank you to those that have sent questions in to ISU social media. Question from Danny Ellery. Where are you located in the Bangkok rink? I really never know where you are.
Yeah, well,
Where are you, Mr. Park?
we are. There's a big white room down on the, if you're looking at the judging panel, on the right side of the judging panel, at the end of the corner of the rink is a big white sort of box, if you will. And that's where I am located. Our whole production team is in here in the room, in fact. And so it's busy times and fun times, and that's where we exist.
Well, it might be now that people. Oh, could that be? Was there a camera shot there of you potentially once you're there?
No.
No. Question coming in from @tiphane6104. Will we get any figure skaters doing interview with you from non-English speaking countries?
That's a really good question. Go ahead, Mike, if you want to answer that.
Well, we're working on it. I'm actually trying to track down some guest contributors, and it's tricky to tie down, people that are free and able, and often the case that those that are most successful and interesting in our field tend to be busy because they are so good at their jobs. So that's one factor. But in regards to the question was skaters from non-English speaking countries. The ISU's language is English, and so everything, all the communications, and thus the commentary, is delivered in English. So I don't really know if we would ever have contributors that aren't English speaking, but we'd certainly have contributors who don't come from English speaking nations.
Well, it can be done with, we do, obviously sometimes Japanese skaters, and we have a translation service, if you will, but it's very difficult to turn around live, and it's time consuming to build that as well. And we do have so many projects or responsibilities that we do all day long prior to the event itself. So we've done this before, but it is really, really time consuming to do. And so, but most young skaters do speak English, a little bit here and there, and it's just getting them comfortable and confident enough to be able to do it in an interview.
Next question is: Do we think that we will get to see another quad axel attempt from another athlete beside Ililia? That question comes from Maria G. Sinta. Ted, I've seen quad axles done and landed now by other skaters. Some Russian skaters on Instagram that I've seen landing quadruple axles. And I think we discussed this earlier in this season's Junior Grand Prix, is that when somebody opens the door to previously considered unachievable feat, suddenly the physics are more established and accepted, and it becomes an achievable feat for many more.
Yeah, I think definitely that we will see more. We already know there are some doing it, but how many will take the risk? Whether that risk pays off, or Ilya does, because he has every other job as a quad too. So, but we'll see. Yeah.
And then next question, we might squeeze. I feel like I'm being obviously talking less because we're getting more questions discussed.
That's okay.
From @nyj.en. Why are today's skaters usually not using boot covers in colors that match with their costume?
Well, you know, you don't see that as much anymore. I mean, somebody asked about white boots before. You know, why don't skaters polish their boots more? So, yeah, I'm not sure. It's a good question. It's up to them. It's however they want to do it. There's no real rules with that.
It begs the question, because we discussed last week when somebody had asked us regarding the colour of the skates themselves.
Yeah.
I know previously there was a time when boot covers were used more readily, and now they're not. I now, having been a professional skater, know that from a lot of professional skaters, the boots have to be beige to fall in line with what the company want. And the argument there is that if the skates match the colour of the tights, then it elongates the leg line and is more
Right.
aesthetically pleasing.
Right.
In light of that, I'm surprised that more competitive skaters don't do that. That's one thing that I perhaps missed.
Well, they did. There was a time when they did, and then everybody had different opinion. Oh, I don't like that. What about the white boots, right? And because it's not mandatory, you can see there the tights are going over the heel, so that to some degree lengthens the leg a little bit. So everybody has a little bit of comfort zone and difference, and there's no mandatory or deductions for anything. So yeah, good question, and we
Some
didn't really
people have
answer it,
very
did we?
passionate opinions.
Yeah, I know.
No. I suppose what is du jour and what is fashionable tends to win the day.
Yep, exactly. And there'll be difference of opinions on everything, so this is normal. As we start.
Quite a heated debate for many.
Yeah, that was a fight. Okay, here we go. Group number 5 on the ice as we start final 2 groups in day 1 here. Our first skater represents New Zealand, 17-year-old Petra Lati. Like many skaters, Petra has the dream of competing or qualifying for the Olympics. She will be in Beijing next week competing for a spot. This is her first Junior Grand Prix season.
Petra has such a busy schedule. We saw her less than a week ago competing at the Junior Grand Prix in Varese to Caruso.
Guido per mare città e cielo forte il vento sono vecchie terrazze
New Zealand's Petra Lati concludes her second Junior Grand Prix short program this season, and as she takes reality of what's just occurred, you can see the frustration on her, and it's so fleeting, the moment, the split second in which time she has to be able to deliver on the triple jump. She's obviously capable, but just unable to replicate what she wants and what she needs really with regards to the triple and the triple loop.
Yeah, she's so anxious at the top of the program, and she just rushes that takeoff edge up into the double toe loop. She's so strong, and she'd do these technical elements just beautifully. Here's the look at the triple loop, and that's too far forward as the hand goes down. Double axel, that was not a problem. That was a beautiful soft edge. Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you could see in comparison to last week, as we watched Petra working through some of the spins, last week she actually had a different planned program content order. So same music, same choreography, same dress, but she'd switched around for this event, bringing the triple loop earlier in the planned program content. Obviously, trying to master a lot more effective for her, but maybe it's just not had the repetition in practice to be able to be, timing-wise, good, and so with it as competing, as we're watching this step sequence, and she showcases some of her emotional maturity, this beautiful finish. There's a week now until she performs again, as she's joined by Bess Cow in the Kiss and Cry, the Olympic qualifier, the road to Milano. Hopefully Petra can just do so much positive visualization in her own brain space so that she can replicate what she can in her brain when she competes.
And maybe these experiences will make her deliver it there. 41.15 for Petra, and that'll put her in the 16th place. Very capable, but under the bright lights, it's been a bit of a struggle so far this season.
Next to skate.
Our next skater represents Japan, Mia Akada. 15 years old, champion in week 1 in Riga, so carrying 15 points into this event, looking to solidify a spot at the Junior Grand Prix final.
And May said that indeed her goal this season was to qualify for the final. She's in great stead, but how close can she get to the superstar that is Mao Shimada leading the field currently?
Well, one can clearly see why she won week one on the Junior Grand Prix. Wow, absolutely beautiful quality skating. There are no reviews by the technical panel. A clean program for her, the skater, and also for the technical panel. Wonderful sensitivity to the music, quick and clean on the technical elements. We'll take a look at those in just a few minutes. Mark?
It was interesting. I'd lost the feed, so I didn't see the jumping passes, but when I tuned back in, you could just see a skater that had caliber in the program component scores that would make her incomparable to anybody submarring Mao Shimada. Triple loop there, gorgeous landing position, showcasing quality. Centered, well-established, clear, controlled spin with fingertip awareness. And then triple loops. And not even the panel, not even debating the rotation there on the triple toe loop as we see the increase of speed, that one of the features within this layback spin, and clearly going up into the Wheelman spin. A little bit of travel there, so that will impact the grade of execution on the final spin in the program.
The step sequence was good, but only a level 2, so missing 2 of the features there. So she drops just a few points, but overall this is going to be a good score. Maybe not that of Mao Shimada, and yet it'll be competing for top podium spots anyways. Let's take a look at the scores.
Well, interestingly,
go ahead.
Yeah, a 68.38 that she achieved 3 weeks ago, whereas here, with a step sequence at level 2 and a change foot combination spin at level 3, is that the case now that it needs to be not just be clean, but be level 4 in all the spins and a 3 in the steps? The standards are so high.
Absolutely. Clean is different for every skater. 65.95. She's happy with that score. That'll put her into second place, just about 5 points off of Mao Shimada. There it is.
Almost the exact same program component scores to her last event, but it was those levels, level 4 in every element last time for me.
And as we quite often see, top 2 spots
representing
by
Hong Kong,
Japanese skaters.
China, Ariel Guo.
Our next skater represents Hong Kong, 14-year-old Ariel Guo, second Junior Grand Prix season, 29th last year at the Junior World Championship.
And Ariel, his sister, has skated previously at the Junior Grand Prix. Will skate to Now You See Me to Fanfare by Brian Tyler. She has triple loops, triple toe, like so many others, as the opening element in this short program. Well, Ariel Guo, the 14-year-old from Hong Kong, comes into this with a bit of recent competitivity credibility. She was second at the Asian Open in Manila, and that was a well-attended competition. But to me, she was showcasing huge improvements from the 29th place at Junior Worlds that we last saw of her. I was impressed.
I was really impressed with this young skater, and you're going to get caught up on maybe the score and mistake here or there, but if you take a look past the mistakes and look at her ability, her basic skating skills and performance and connection to the music, it's there. Let's take a look at some of the elements here. Here's the triple Lutz. Good speed up, straight up over the pick. There it is. Fights to push her way all the way up, and that is clean in the system, so that's good. The double axel, no problem. Good flow. So already a good start to the program. Great flexibility. As we see here, setting up for the loop. Just coming up right here. And there it is. And she had to fight to get that free leg back, but she does. Nice pointed toes as well. Some of the steps here, Mark.
Yeah, aesthetically really pleasing movement from Ariel Guo. Their Choctaw turn. And some body movement for that feature within the step sequence. The step sequence coming in at a level 2, and this, the change foot combination, has been coming in at a level 3, but with the B sign. So it hasn't been, she has not sufficiently given all three difficult positions for the, this is the reason. That'll be the reason that the V happened, because she didn't give the camel spin feature for a clear 2 rotations at least. So she has a big deduction there on the tech score.
I kind of think she knew that. You know, I think that was where disappointment might have come, but I'm not sure. But she looked a little disappointed at the end of the program. She's a very good skater. There's no question. Lots of skill.
Ariel Guo from Hong Kong,
and she has a score of 55.48, and that's going to put her into 8th spot, but very close. It's very, very tight. Let's take a look at the standings.
This puts her currently
She's 4 points off the podium. That's not that far with a free program to come.
No, not at all. Yeah, it's lots of excitement to come.
Our next skater represents China, Xu Xianjin, 14 years old. Interesting fact is she was both the junior and senior champion of China last year. That's amazing. 4th at the final Junior Grand Prix last event in Wuxi.
So having been just off the podium at Junior Grand Prix, could this be a competitor that's going to push into the 60-point marker with her short program? She's achieved that already. Can she do it again as she skates to Kuza dance from Cirque du Soleil?
Wanna spend some time with me, boy, but I'm not coming home till 3, boy. 'Cause I wanna dance the cruise. It's that perfect way to start a rap band.
From China,
China's Xu Jianjin. It's a shame because the value of the jump combination in a short program is seismic. If we give context, the leaders' short program, well, the top scoring combinations in this women's event will be around 11 points. And so then for Xu Jian, what happened for her is just 2 points. So you can see how that could impact so heavily upon her chances of being a podium contender. That said, skating skills-wise and aesthetic, she's a very beautiful, very well-trained skater.
Yeah, she has the ability to be a podium contender, that's for sure. She was sensational in Wuxi. That's unfortunate on that. Let's start the program. She didn't really let it affect the rest of the program. Look at that bracket or that counter up into the double axel with some nice back outside edge, right up at the flying sit spin, which comes in at a level 4 plus GOE. Only one element in the minus, so she's gaining points on quality program on the GOEs of these technical elements. Really good skater, as there are many in China coming up. Here's the triple loop. That was solid. And watch this layback spin. This is spectacular. I'm going to slow it right down. There's the side. She already did the back. There's the side feature. Grabs the blade. Perfectly centered. Pulls that up into the Bielmann right above. Wow, what a great spin.
Fabulous. And interesting, I was going to remark upon the depth and clarity of the edge set from Xu Jianjin in the step sequence. And she's just been given a level 2, but when I look at the top 6 thus far, only Mao Shimada has been given anything higher than a level 2.
Yeah.
So the technical panel's requirements for what's clean and clean turns in this event is high.
Yeah. This is a very good skater. Losing a lot of points in the first element, but she's a 52.20 anyways, and that puts her into 9th place. But, as we know, it's quite tight, and lots going to happen in that free program. A lot of technical elements and a lot of ability to showcase. Look at that. It's only 7 points off of 3rd place at this moment. It will be a battle for the podium, at least the last podium spot, at least.
representing Korea,
From Korea, Yeon Yul, Gang, 15 years old, ranked 18th at the Korean Senior Nationals. This is her 3rd Junior Grand Prix season.
And Yeon-yul has been hovering around the top 10 for all of those Junior Grand Prix assignments. What can she do now? Can she exploit something magical to make a podium contention?
From Korea, Jung-Yoon Hwang.
Korea's Jung-Hyul Hwang. It's hard to comprehend that at just 15 years of age, this woman is in her third Junior Grand Prix season. As we see her compatriot and Sean Rabbit cheering her on, and I was wondering what can be done then for Jung-Hyul to break into medal contention as her coach Jin-So Kim gives her this pump to celebrate.
What a beautiful, beautiful skater. Every detail, and especially the connection with the music. So we take a look at some of the technical elements. This triple toe loop gets really back in time to get up into the second one. So that was masterful, making sure that that first one didn't take her off balance. The double axel on a rolling forward edge. It's lovely. Look at the look back to the judges with the arm movement. And here's this sit position. And Ina Bauer, spread eagle, little arm movement. Just little details like that that add to the overall program components. There's the triple loop, beautifully executed. And just lovely movement all the way. And really delightful. We'll see what score comes up here, but certainly will be up one of the top scores.
Yeah, it's interesting as you look back through some of these replays, you can see multi-directional skating and body movement within multi-dimensional movement. These are some of the buzzwords that the judges use when it comes to giving out the higher component scores. And although not comparable with Marshall Mada, some of the best components that we've seen probably coming from Jung-Hyul.
You know, Mark, we've commented on this, that Korean skaters had a little bit of a dip for a year or so on the juniors, and they're back. We've seen some new talents, some new skaters coming up, some brilliant work being done by both coaches and choreographers, and so it's going to be an interesting battle as they begin to try to close the gap between themselves and Japan and other countries as well. 16.79, good score. That'll put her currently into third place.
This puts her currently
As she stretches her eyes to see what that is.
next to skate. Representing Chinese
Our next
Taipei,
skater represents Chinese Taipei, Yu Feng Tsai, 16 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, second event this year, coming 12th in Ankara.
And for me, this skater just aesthetically so pleasing. Skating to the music from Adele. Love is in the dark, Yu Feng Tsai.
Take your eyes off of me so I can leave. I'm far too ashamed to do it with you watching me. This is never ending. We have been here before, but I can't stay this time 'cause I don't love you anymore. Please stay where you are. Don't come any closer.
I just find Yifeng Sei's movement so captivating. She was a Junior Grand Prix medalist in Osaka back in 2023, and that was the first figure skater from Chinese Taipei to win a medal at a Junior Grand Prix. And you can see that quality still inherent in her being. She still possesses the tactility of movement, the body control to ooze that class. Interestingly, at this occasion, as her flag is waved, they tried to make a simpler combination than the mistakes she had in Ankara. She was going for a triple toe in Ankara, diluted it this time to be a triple toe, but that too was not successful, just triple toe, double
you know,
toe.
the interesting thing about her, if you love skating for the musicality and for the beautiful movement, then you have to love this girl. Okay, technically, this was not her strongest performance or capability. That'll come perhaps in the future. But the elegance and the style and the class of her skating skills and her choreographic movement to the music was sincere, or it appeared to be sincere. You see the triple loop, that is under-rotated on the judging system. But look at this movement here. The head and the arms, full range of movement, covering space around her. And she has deep edges, soft knees, just really special.
It's interesting you mentioned her head movement. To me, it's totally the same. The head and the neckline, it's just so open, and that kind of aesthetic, that way of holding your body just is so welcoming to engage with the audience and the spectator.
It draws your eyes. It draws your eyes to her, you know, and that's what you want. A skater wants to be able to make people look at them for what they're doing on the ice, and that was beautiful. Change combination spin level 3. So missing one feature there. You have the battle between the sport, which is the points for the technical elements, and the art, of which we're talking about here. And this is a pretty good example of a beautiful skater.
The scores, please.
Her personal best score is 61.52. Her season's best is 47.478. So she beats that here. It's a new season's best. 51.58 for Yifeng Sei, and that will put her currently to 12th place.
And this puts her
Lovely skater.
in 12th place.
Well, there we go. That's the conclusion of group number 5, with the final group taking to the ice for their 6-minute warm-up. We've seen some really good skaters. We've got some more coming up. So, Mark, do we have any more questions that we can check off the list for our fans?
Yes, we can indeed. One from Hannah S. or Sash. She says, if you could compete one last time, in which rink or city would you want to skate in?
Oh, gosh, that's a great question. You know, their viewers have great questions.
They do.
For you, it'd be Nottingham, right? No. I don't know. It could be. Might be at European Championships this year, as you're the chaperone. Not the chaperone, but the...
Sheffield,
Yeah. Do you have one? So I can think about it?
I mean, I suppose it's interesting because then there isn't necessarily one favorite rink that I would go to. In terms of, one of the wonderful things for the skaters is that competition allows you to travel to different cities. So for me, because I just did the one European Championships and the one World Championships, but I did lots of other internationals that weren't as high caliber. So I saw lots of European cities. But I suppose then it begs the question of where would I want to go in the world, and that tends to be the places that skating doesn't take us. So if I could do one last competition, it would probably be somewhere in South Africa, because then that would be a place that I've never been to places like that. Although, saying that now, figure skating currently is going to places that I would have never thought I would see. I'll be going to Abu Dhabi.
That's
I've
right.
never been there before and didn't think skating would take me. So,
well, for me, I thought about this a little bit biased, but I would want to skate at home in Vancouver. It's a great skating city. Our building is spectacular, and it's just the environment there. It's the mountains and the ocean and skating fans. I would want to skate there. I've seen the World Championships in 2001, the Olympic Games in 2010, 4 continents as well, 2009. So we've had a lot of big competitions in that city and filled the building, and it's a very multicultural city. So yeah, that's where I'd like to be. Okay,
it's funny you mentioned that filling the building, because then I think, oh my goodness, the couple of World Championships that I commentated on most recently, they were full, and it was in Saitama, Japan, and then Montreal, and it was full, and it was packed, and there were home skaters vying for medals, and actually just the idea of it, I am not the one for that job because it makes me go weak at the knees.
But Mark, they didn't ask this question. If you could skate well, where would you like to skate? They just said, where would you like to skate? Skate. Yeah,
I'll go out,
bad.
but can I avoid doing the technical hard stuff so I can relax a bit more?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh dear.
What else you got?
So next question, I think this is in reference to, it's a follow-up. So it's from Tip Payne, part 2 on foreign skaters interview. It says, I would love to hear from athletes with great musicality. Yuna Aoki is mentioned, and then it runs out of, I can send it without the continuation of the message. But we would, just to confirm, Ted and I and the ISU are more than happy to hear from more skaters, and we'll try to encourage that. I know that many people were delighted to have heard from Jason Brown last week, the wonderful American skater who joined us during the men's competition. More than happy, and we're currently trying to just add a few more guest contributors to the feed where possible.
Yeah.
But as we mentioned before, ISU spread across many avenues currently, with so many amazing events happening globally due to the Olympic season, and so it's just we have to do a little bit more tracking people down ourselves, whereas Ted and I, we don't have much time because we're talking on the microphone all the time.
And it's technical setup as well, so we can speak to people around the world. Mark is in Nottingham right now, but we have to do a test, and we have to talk to them about where we, how the routine, how this all works out, right? So we really need to have a pre-event call and discussion, and then the event itself, and it's worked out very well. But last year we had a lot because we had somebody on the team that was dedicated to setting that up, because we didn't really have the time to do that. So it's the only reason this year that we're a little bit short. We're a lot short on human resources to be able to organize that. We're going to try to add some to it. We're making an effort to do so. It's not through lack of desire, it's through lack of resources at the moment. So there you go.
A couple of other ones, see if I can squeeze these little questions in before the end of this warm-up group. Somebody's from Koala229, please talk about Lombardia Trophy. So for those that don't know, the Lombardia Trophy is one of the Challenger Series events, and there are a host of different Challenger Series events throughout the season, which are just a senior international series, which is a little bit lower standard, or there isn't invitation as per the Grand Prix, but there are some amazing events going on. The Lombardia Trophy takes place at the end of this week, and it will have some phenomenal competitors.
It's amazing.
The men's
field,
event particularly stacked.
Yep.
So don't worry, I will reference those results perhaps through the stream as we go on towards the end of the week when that's taking place.
Yeah.
Next question, maybe Ted, this is more pertinent to you because you're the one doing all the traveling. From I Am Yon, how do you get over jet lag?
Yeah, you kind of don't. You just sort of, it's sleep, really that. And if you're able to get a sleep and get through the first day or so, then you sort of get re-energized. And also just making sure you just get as much rest as possible, and you got to eat properly, and which I didn't do last year, but eating more carefully here. And I've been food poisoned a couple times on the Junior Grand Prix, and so you just got to be smart that way. And yeah, you get a little tired, but I mean, listen, I can't complain. We're sitting here talking. Those skaters got to do stuff, right? So
exactly.
Yeah.
You have run-throughs to do.
Yeah.
Okay. There are more, but that's enough for now.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
Well done. That's the last one for today. There is our next skater, representing Argentina, now born in Moscow, 15-year-old Stefania Soloveva. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event.
And Stefania originally skated in Russia and moved to Argentina with her family. And initially she said it was very hard to adapt to the size of the rink there, but she was so impressed with how the other girls trained that they inspired her, as she now represents Argentina skating to the White Crow. Argentina's Stefania Soloveva completes a short program, which would have been okay had it not been for the frustration of the fall within the step sequence, and that a little bit of a fluke fall for Stefania. However, it's just to reiterate that not all skaters have same environments, and Stefania was so open and honest in acknowledging that she's had other training environments which were much more conducive to facilitating success, whereas she's now training in Argentina with much smaller rink. And yet, you know what, she doesn't have maybe in facility, she has in friendship and camaraderie with the other Argentinian skaters that she enjoys and appreciates being with.
Yeah, she's got some beautiful movement. We'll take a look here at the double axel. Deep in the knee on the takeoff. Does not get the legs together to speed up that rotation in the air. And under rotated, of course, the double loop is fine, or downgraded on the double axel rather. But some beautiful movements, and she could feel the music. As we take a look at the Billman here, just doesn't have the technical level to compete, but she does have the basic skating skills and the attention to detail with the music. There's the double Lutz, double toe loop, gets that done with the hands above the head. But we'll see here what happens. There's the inside three turn, and where does it fall? Right here, I believe, on the reverse. Let's see, I'm going too slow here. Speed that up.
Bracket, jump top counter, forward outside loop.
Oh, here it is right here. The twizzle on the right foot as opposed to the left, which is her opposite rotation.
Those right forward outside twizzles, they're always pesky. Jeez. But look at the way she holds her fingertips.
Oh, yeah,
Just
beautiful.
Class,
Yeah,
elegance.
yeah, totally. Yeah.
I think it's Michaela Romero, the coach and choreographer working with her. And I think that's Michaela, and in which case, when we've seen Michaela before with other skaters from Argentina, there's always happiness and joy. And you know, it's hard to quantify. You know, of course we admire and respect and celebrate the ones that are winning, but we have to admire and respect and celebrate the ones that give positive life experience for the student.
27.48 for Stefania. That is 29th in the short program. Not what she'd hoped for, but she's a beautiful skater. Had a bit of a tough skate technically here tonight. Our next skater represents Peru, Fatima Omage Chauvin, 18 years old, first Junior Grand Prix event, no other international events listed on her bio.
And started skating at 7, but such limited availability to ice since she started the sport.
Because you're mine. You better stop the things you do. I tell you I ain't lying. You know I can't stand it. You're running around. You know better, Daddy. I can't stand it 'cause you put me down. Oh no, I put a spell on you.
Fatima Servan representing Peru and Ted. I've just got to make a clarification. I made a little mistake for Fatima because I'd said I think that she started skating at 7, but no. She started skating 7 years ago at the age of 11, and she's always trained on ice at just 400 meters squared, 450 meters squared.
Wow.
And of the 7 years she's been training, she had no ice available for 3 years. And so her availability to good ice, so tiny, and her amount of training time, fractional. She did, however, spend a month with Keegan Murphy in Vancouver for this event.
Oh, wow.
Where are you from? You weren't there, but
No.
traveling the Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah. Well, good for her. I mean, again, there's stories of these skaters, and you see them dramatically different levels of ability. And it used to be in the old days, people would say, oh, the skating is not very good. But not knowing what circumstances they skate at, you know, and then that's the cool thing about the juniors. It's inclusive. So it's amazing what some of these skaters do with extremely limited resources.
And actually, Fatima, I saw some of her own posts on social media, and on the 26th of July, Fatima Serban, the skater on screen now, had written, "Remember, to move your body is a privilege." And I thought, how cool that this
Yeah, that's cool.
18-year-old can give a profound quote like that. Just to move your body is a privilege. Yes, Fatima's not as competitive as the others, as she shapes her heart with her coach in the Kiss and Cry, but she recognizes that just being here, being able to do what she can do on the ice is an absolute privilege.
Yeah, isn't that cool? People take it for granted.
Yeah.
She doesn't. She knows, she values every opportunity on the ice, and that is so valuable for her in her own life. She's there because she wants to be. Sometimes we, you know, it's come so easy for us to have a facility and to go on the ice that we lose sense of the joy, how lucky we are, because most people in the rest of the world don't have this opportunity.
And then, you know, for Fatima, you know, she went out there, she's able to do more than, you know,
Yeah.
surely 95% of people that have put a pair of boots on their feet have ever done. You know, she's still not doing what Mao Shima does, fair enough, but she's still doing something that most people couldn't even comprehend wrapping their brains around.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, you know, have thousands of people go on the ice and think, okay, well, let's try to go figure skate and see what the reaction is to, oh, okay, this is way harder than I thought, right? So it is so difficult. So even when we see a skater at Fatima's level, it's extraordinary what they're capable of doing. It takes a long time to learn. It's hard, very hard.
And Fatima, she actually is working as a figure skating coach already. She's working with the next generation. So this experience here will allow her to enhance her own coaching, not just her own skating.
Totally. Let's take a look at the short program score. 17.21 for Fatima, and that is 31st in the short program.
This puts her currently in 31st place.
Our next skater represents Australia, 15-year-old Hannah Bath. Third Junior Grand Prix season, is now training in Japan. She is both the Australian junior and senior champion. She is a powerful technician, no question.
Yeah, it's so strong, and we'll likely see her triple axel in the free skate, but for now, hoping to showcase improvements made in the program component scores as she skates to the Destiny's Child track, I'm a Survivor.
Thought I couldn't breathe without you, I'm inhaling. Thought I couldn't see without your perfect vision. Thought I couldn't last without you, but I'm lasting. Thought that I would die without you, but I'm living.
Australia's Hannah Bath was hoping for so much, and the score that she posted at the Kenosha Summer Cup would have had her in second place at this event. She posted a 67-point score at that event. Now, the Kenosha Summer Cup is an event in Japan which had 97 women compete in, many of the best junior Japanese, including Mao Shimada, and Hannah Bath at that event was second to Mao Shimada in the short program. So she's obviously then coming into this event with a host of higher expectations. However, what has normally been her strength has been her downfall today, because the triple, the jumping pass, is not to be, as we see, an easy triple loop to start the program.
You watch the down and then he pops straight up. Look at right out of the frame. And you'll see the triple axel in the free program. It's spectacular. What happened here? Let's slow this right down. Looked okay there, but she got just a little lazy here. Opened up that body a little bit too soon, like all the way around. And she's usually capable of pulling that off, but not in that pressure. And that was so costly. We'll still see a relatively good score. She will be in the hunt for the podium, I believe, with this score. She's got some work to do. And she'll have the weapons to do it in the free program.
Yeah, and I do see more length of push, more elongation of leg line. You can obviously see that, you know, she's worked very, very hard to get the triple axel, and now she's working hard in her program component scores. You can see there's a visible progression.
Well, she pays attention now to the music, and she pays attention to the details, and she's still got some work to do on refinement, but so much better. And she had a lot of transitions between the elements. That was important. She didn't have that before. 57.07, so that's ninth. But take a look at the scoreboard and see how close that is to third place. So that's 3 points away from third to ninth. That's nothing. Well, not nothing. It's 3
triple
points,
axel that she has.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Next to skate.
Our next skater represents Kyrgyzstan, 16 years old, Uliana Turbenkova. It's the first junior Grand Prix season. No apparent internationals recently, at least on her bio.
Yeah, a fresh canvas on the International Skating Union scoring card for Uliana. She skates The Power of Mind by Saban, but she does have all of the technical goods planned in this program that we've seen from the best. Uliana Turbenkova completes our short program, and our short program that was very different to what the planned program content was a little difficult to know how this ties in line with what she'd intended in practice. Often the planned program content will change dependent upon what the panels have seen in the practice, but it's very different. And it started with a triple toe, not the triple loops triple toe, which we assumed she might deliver.
Yeah,
program content.
I'm not sure that when she wrote the planned program content that she had a plan. Just put the elements down
and the same program.
Was maybe working on this at the same time as to what the order would be. Here's a look at the triple toe loop. That looks pretty good, but watch the second one. And that is under rotated in the system. There's the double axle. Not very high. Did cover a lot of ice from takeoff to landing.
It's such a shame on this loop.
And here's the triple loop. Let's watch the landing there. Oh yeah, it's downgraded, landing forward, and couldn't get that foot to turn quick enough underneath her body to stand up. And has to take the fall. And here's some of the steps as well. Step sequence in level 3, so getting 3 out of the 4 features that are required.
It's working through that combination of turns, bracket, counter, and then rocker. And here, layback side to back as a feature. And then going for the pull up into the bailment. Must get full 2 turns, and there a difficult entry off body core, and that comes in as a level 4.
Here we go. And she doesn't have a personal best on the ISU record, so this will be it. Let's take a look at the short program score for Uliana in Kyrgyzstan.
Uliana Turbenkova from Kyrgyzstan has earned
41.06, and that will put Uliana currently into 23rd place. 2 skaters to come.
This puts her
And next up, representing Thailand, there she is, 16-year-old Padaratida Ganeshke.
representing Thailand.
16 years old. This is her 4th Junior Grand Prix season. Was 46 at the Junior World Championships last year, coached by Alex Kang.
Patratida has relocated to Bangkok last season, and then she switched coaches. She's had a time of change and adjustment, and thus her main goal is to stay healthy and enjoy this season as much as she can. And the music should help that as she performs to I Wanna Dance with Somebody. Patratida Ganesh representing Thailand. And it's so lovely to see a skater who, perhaps because of the age changes regarding entry into senior age competition, a skater that we have seen over multiple seasons on the Junior Grand Prix, and we've seen great success, but back in 2022 when Patratida was just off the podium in 5th place at a Junior Grand Prix, then we've seen some really tough times. And now this, although not her best, is a redemption of sorts, a clean skate, and one that I'm sure will bring her the joy that she craves this season.
At home, you know, in front of maybe some friends and family here, and that was a great skate. And you could see her react at the end of the program. As we can see her here right at the top, focusing, keeping her eyes down to work internally as she starts this program off. Right off the bat, you can see a little bit of energy as she comes down. The triple toe loop here is under rotated. Watch the landing. Let's see where it contacts. Yeah, she's on the more than the quarter, less than the half. So it's an under rotated jump. There's the spread eagle up into the double axle. Nice. Some nice moves at the end. And here's some of the moves. You can see her pointing at the audience, or maybe even a family members. I'm not sure. The triple loop gets that done nicely. So really, a clean program, a pretty clean program for her.
Yeah, and now for Patratida, it's just being able to now generate more speed.
Yeah.
This energy was good in the step sequence here, but then it's being able to open up the body so that it appears and is presented with an increased confidence to let the judges feel a bit more secure in giving her those higher component scores, because as we see the inputs from the judges, they recognize all that she did technically, and they just feel that, I think if there was more speed and more confidence in the conviction of the performance, those components would go up. But then I say all that, Ted, and then you hear from Patratida, who says her goal is to stay healthy and enjoy the season. Of course, she's going to enjoy it when she gets scores, but she's done her job. She's proud and happy with just playing with it.
The scores, please.
For Patratida, the short program score, 48.86. And that will put her into 17th place. Regardless of the number for her, that was a very strong skate. Sort of climbing the hill again, and well done. We see her currently in 17th place. There are 36 entries, so that's you know, almost halfway through the field. As we see our final competitor, representing the Philippines, 17-year-old Isabella Neal Hazelton, born in Calgary, Canada, and coached by Bradley Hazelton, choreographed by Kaylin Osmond, former world champion in 2018.
The final competitor in the women's short program at the Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok, Isabella Hazelton.
From the
Whose
Philippines,
dad is her coach, and she describes coming to her first Junior Grand Prix as surreal. And she took to her social media and thanked everyone who'd encouraged her through the tough times. And now, just how will she process then this performance? Great to see the smile on her face, though.
And she's also coached by Michelle Curria, a former senior woman, really nice skater out of BC and out of Alberta as well. And so she's got a nice team together, and you can see her pure joy of simply being here and performing in front of the audience. And here's a look at the triple Salchow. Gets it all the way around, but downgrade on the double toe loop and has to take the fall, trying so hard to get that combination done. Here's the loop, and this is also downgraded with the fall. There's the back camel spin. That looked pretty good. Pretty good speed coming in. What I liked and what impressed me was her expressions through parts of the program. You'll see some of that here, and you can see, oh, there's a little bit of, right there. You can see Caitlin working on her presence within the program connected to the music, the double axel. Well done. Good for her. And that's one very happy skater. Yeah, that's great.
Yes. And this is a skater who did a lot of volunteering in Calgary at the Junior World Championships. And it was that experience which inspired her to skate in the Philippines, having watched it via Frank. So really cool to see the impact of one event on the next generation of skaters or another generation.
Exactly. These are experiences that last for a lifetime, because you'll talk about it and you'll later know what impact it had on your life. You just don't know it at the moment. You know you wanted to do it. You're not sure what the value is until later. And they're great moments for these kids. And it's hard to know at the time, is the investment of time and effort there. It always adds to the quality of your life and the quality of who you are.
And now, like, being in Bangkok with her dad as her coach, is this like really special occasion because, you know, even to go on holiday with your family somewhere that's far afield like this is a big deal. Now to go and celebrate skating, what you share.
Yeah, very cool. Let's take a look at the scores. 27.96 for Isabella. That'll put her in the 32nd spot. I don't think the numbers are as important as her experience here. And she had really nice expression throughout the program. Certainly some work to do technically, but so does everybody. Well, that concludes the coverage here. We'll take a look at the final standings after the women's short program, and as we come to a close on day number 1 on week number 4 in the Junior Grand Prix here in Bangkok, Thailand. It's been a good day. Lots of audience in here as we take a look at Mao Shimat, of course, world champion, 70.36 with May Okada, 65.95, and Jae Yul Wang from Korea in 3rd place. So it's going to be a battle for the top. And as we talked about, Mark, from 3rd place, which is 60 points, all the way down to really 10th place is just 5 points. It's essentially 5 points.
So close.
From 3rd down to 10th.
We have skaters in 7th, 9th, and 18th place who have been known to land triple axels.
Yeah.
So then there's a lot of potential for those skaters, at very least, to jump up in the standings.
Much, much more to come. Well, tomorrow we have the men's short program starting 16:30 here in Bangkok, followed by the rhythm dance, Mark, at 8 o'clock here tomorrow evening. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage here. We want to thank our production team that do such a remarkable job. Long days, and of course all the volunteers and ISU staff as well, the officials and the coaches for day number 1 here on week number 4. For all of us here at the ISU, I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanratty. Thank you for watching. We hope you'll join us tomorrow.